sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never showed. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Oh, yes, here we go for another live. Hey, everyone. Happy hump day. It's Wednesday, right? It's Wednesday. Pretty sure it's Wednesday. Anyways, welcome to another live, you guys, of course, with Lily and Jack. And hey, everyone that's in the house. Thank you guys all. It's been a pretty rough work day, to say the least. I'm telling you, I am spent. But obviously, we know that there's information that came out today regarding the case and the timeline. And that was nice. Honestly, that was nice that we at least could narrow it down, which we all, I think, wanted to know when the last time Lily and Jack were both seen. So before, of course, we get into the case, please hit that like and the share. Do it for Never the Channel. Always do it for the missing and the murdered. And do it in this case for Lily and Jack, if you guys don't mind. Doggy outside there. Hi, Hoodis. I see your eyeballs. Hi, Remy. How are you? Hi, Lily. And let's see who else is in the house. Sharon Parker's in the house. And yeah, let's see. Just quickly giving some shout outs here. Hi, Crystal. How are you? And you guys can shout out wherever you're from. I'm from Vancouver, Canada, on the West Coast side. And obviously, this case is happening on the East Coast side in Nova Scotia. And Kent's in the house. And again, Kent, even though I know that the videos have come out now, thank you for sharing those with me. Thank you, of course, to Belinda for, of course, giving information on yesterday's live and the live before that. And, always just trying to set the record straight, keeping it real. Okay, guys, that's what this channel is about. That's the way it will always be. Not into drama, not into the rumors and stuff like that, where it's like not factual stuff and just a bunch of diarrhea is kind of what I think of it as. Diarrhea that gets added to a case. But when they talk about this timeline now, at least we know that from Thursday 12 till Friday 12 is where they want some dash cam for that. Anyways, hi, Robin. How are you? Support with Steph is in the house. Hi, beautiful. Nice and early, Sunny. Huh? Hi, Melissa. How are you? It's been a day. It's been a day. But you know what? My day could not be in comparison to the families that have to go through anything like this. So I cannot complain. It's a sunny day outside. It's 28 degrees. But at the end of the day, there's two beautiful children that are missing that we would love to have answers for, along with a ton of other cases that are out there too. I know that there's that case where that father found the remains of, I believe, I found his remains. I think they found the remains of his son. I remember catching that part. So bless that father that has been searching for his son, and unfortunately sad and tragic, but now he has answers. So blessed for that case. Indiana, USA on there. Hi, Jackie. Okay, hi, Ginger's girl. So, and you guys, and don't forget, wherever you see that Streamlabs says to you, please refrain from posting links. It's not that you're trying to post a link. It's just that your punctuation is wrong and Streamlabs is dictating it like you're trying to post a link because your period is in the wrong spot. Just don't use periods. Won't mess up. Okay. Yeah. Just don't use periods. I've been watching Karen Reid trial, right? Karen Reid trial is a big one. I know that one's going on. I paid a little bit of attention to it. She's not my personal cup of tea, that case. And same with the Koberger one we always covered and stuff like that. More so, I just watch that one behind the scenes now and focus on certain other cases. Sebastian Rogers, which we'll get into. So let's do that quickly. Hi, Lucid. So we'll talk about Sebastian Rogers. February 25th of 2024, Sebastian Rogers disappeared in suspicious circumstances from his home. And according to the mother, between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m., he just disappeared, walked out that door, locked it behind him, and just, basically hopped on a magic carpet and Houdini'd out of his home. There's nothing to show what happened to Sebastian Rogers. It's the same type of scenarios. Was it a family involvement? Was it some sort of pedo abduction? Did he leave on his own accord? Not. But anyways, it's one of those very puzzling cases that is just heartbreaking. He's 16 years old now. His father, Seth Rogers, has been diligently, heartbreakingly, just trying to find out what happened to his son. Sebastian lived with his mother, Katie Proudfoot, and stepfather, Christopher Proudfoot. And it's one of those things where even though nobody's been charged in the case, you can't help but side-eye the mom and the stepdad because she was the last one to have Sebastian Rogers. And when people are saying that they took polygraph tests and then lie, like Christopher Proudfoot, and he's being deceptive and stuff like that, why? Anyone that ever messes with missing children cases or any cases whatsoever, you're the bottom of the earth scum. Simple as that. Okay. You don't mess with cases at all. And so when you have a stepdad that's literally playing mind games and he's literally lying through his teeth about stuff. Why? He's a narcissist, honestly, through and through. As for Katie, again, they haven't been charged, but it's definitely a case that's so puzzling. But Seth Rogers, like I said, he's so brokenhearted. He pretty much cries almost every interview. His eyes well up. And anyone that doesn't see that, honestly, is beyond repair. You can't fix stupid on this one. And you guys can all have your own opinions, what you feel about that case. But there's a huge difference between parents that aren't looking for their children, meaning in this case, Katie Proudfoot, Christopher Proudfoot. Everything is always, you don't know what we're doing behind the scenes. Yeah, you're doing nothing. That's exactly what it seems like. Again, usually it's always mothers that would be screaming from the rooftops, shouting out, I won't help me find my child, right? Not playing games and not having inconsistent stories. So if you want to follow that case, you guys can. Again, it's all about facts, not the fiction side. We can discuss cases, but it's always about the facts of the case and the facts, whether or not they're telling truths or not. It's still about putting out the facts of cases. So Sebastian Rogers, again, prayers to Seth Rogers and the rest of the family that are truly trying to help. Wonder what happened to Sebastian Rogers. 15 months, guys, for this one. Then you have little Dylan Ehler. The parents want to know what happened. Did he actually end up in that river, or was he abducted? Right? They just simply want answers. I believe that there's a search going on here, June 30th and June 30th, May 30th, and June 1st for Dylan Ehler. Again, the grandmother said that she was tying the dog up, and then, like in 18 seconds, pretty much gone. Right? And so the parents, whenever a child or any person of any family, when there's no closure, it's got to be the worst thing. The mother and father of Dylan Ehler believe that the grandmother isn't telling the full truth and basically don't speak with her. And unfortunately, it's just heartbreaking. It's just heartbreaking. But anyways, so hopefully, again, answers come in these cases of the murdered and the missing. Again, thank you guys. Do you know if Malaya has lawyered up? No, that's not a rumor. We said that yesterday. Belinda told us that. And Belinda, of course, I believe you are watching this live. So again, I just want to say to Belinda, we're all about the truth. Belinda wants to know, just like other parts of the family, right? They want to know what happened to, for her grandbabies. She is the biological grandmother of Jack and Lily. Okay, so we'll get back to that. So bring them back on stage. And so Belinda has been gracious enough to add me to her messenger and to answer questions. Why? Because she wants answers too. The father is her son of Jack and Lily. Okay, and again, so we'll get into that in just a minute part. But I just want to say how grateful I am as a person, just for Belinda speaking with me and helping to answer some things, even if they're not true from Daniel or who's ever, the information that's coming at her from Malaya and stuff like that. Even if it's not true, it's still them telling her this, whether it's I think mostly through text or when she was there on the searches. And she does want to make a correction in that. She said the last time she spoke to Daniel was on the 18th. Let me just make sure that I'm reading that right from Belinda. Just give me a second. Okay. She just says, I need to clarify the day I spoke with Danielle. It was on the 18th, the last day of the search, and I wanted to see where they were. Rechecking. My days seemed to blend together, but the news reporter said the dates of the last search, so it was the 18th. So again, we believe in making corrections. Is that Charmaine? Charmaine's in the house. Yay. Hi, Charmaine.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Let me just turn up our volume here a bit too on there.
I turned my mic down. I noticed yesterday it was really loud. So
it was at times. Yeah. It was like, whoa. Okay, so yeah, so we're just kind of talking about right now, so Belinda had corrected herself about the 18th was the last time she did it again. So Jackie, to answer your question and to anyone else, yes, it was. So Belinda was told by Danielle that Malaya had lawyered up. Okay. So in saying that as well, Belinda as well did tell me that she spoke with the news today and global news, and that they had also spoke to other family members of Daniel's as well as Malaya's mom. Okay, so I don't know that has come out yet on global. So if Kent, if you happen to see something come out in regards to Belinda, the grandmother, and an article or whoever, because apparently they talked to basically all of them, right, on the Daniel side, including Malaya's mother. And so, and Belinda said that she spoke to them today. Now, she did also say that they mentioned Cody Lee Sullivan, which I've been telling you guys that name is wrong. Okay. I'm not going to tell you the actual name unless that ever comes out through Belinda or through the news type of thing. But bottom line is, so then I said to Belinda, I was like, wait a second, were they watching the channel or usually what happens with these news channels is that they parade through the Facebook groups, right? Looking for information, because those are really good places to sometimes find some information. So I was like, wait, because it sounded like it come from the channel. But my point is this, is that good? And I said to Belinda, thank you so much for being a voice for your grandbabies and, speaking up, whether it was to me or whatever, but obviously it was this channel, because in order to keep momentum happening, the family is a huge part in keeping that happening, because the community, the people out there, they want to hear from the actual family members, right? That's who they truly want to hear from. So Belinda, the last couple of days, and I haven't had much time to talk to her today, guys, because my day at work was so busy. And so I didn't really have time to talk to her about all this so far. I'm even trying to wrap my head around it, and I haven't had a chance to even think let alone, pick my nose for 2 seconds, which maybe I could, I guess now. But anyways, so yeah. So just want to say very grateful, Belinda, for being a voice for your grandbabies. And same with Daphne, for putting your name out there too. Now, I do have an issue with something, and I'm not 100% sure here, because Dolly Vision put out a video of Linda Martell and this picture. And I'm like, who is that? And I asked Belinda, I said, do you know this face? Right? And she's like, that's not Daniel's mom. So I just want to show you something. Okay. So you see this post right here to Daniel on his own Facebook page? Underneath it, it says Janie McKenzie, and she puts my handsome son. So I can't see why someone would write my handsome son if that's not her handsome son. And that picture that would be inaccurate is now putting out another bunch of false crap of somebody's picture, whoever that is. So it's stuff like that, right? We want to control, and we just want to put out the facts. So now there's this other picture's name out there that people are going to sit there and think that this is Linda Martell, Daniel's mother. And yet, who's that lady? Belinda didn't know who that lady was. My handsome son. As far as we've all known, it's Janie McKenzie, and his father is Earl Martell. Anyways, putting that out there. Just like I want to reiterate again that Daphne Sullivan is the great aunt to Jack and Lily. It's not false news. So I really do hope that Deception Detective retracts that and has the proper information now, because that's very harmful and hurtful to a case. But again, is what it is. But just hopefully people always try to be responsible and to retract, when things are wrong. So Cody Lee Sullivan is wrong. Linda Martell is wrong. What else is wrong, Shimmy? The world?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out what Joyful Dolphin. Streamlabs will delete and time you out if you don't put a space after your period. You have to be really careful with your grammar. That's not us. That's just the program that Sunny uses. It's got nothing to do with the channel. We don't.
Yeah, I don't set anything myself. Like, I just put in my timer stuff. I don't set anything. I think I have certain words that maybe whatever, but that's about it. But anyways, okay. So, Charmaine, before we get started, is there anything that you would like to say? Or just to start off? Or no?
So much. Just to start off, there's a lot of, maybe it's a friend's mom who calls him son. Maybe. There are people who use, aunt and son and uncle all the time for peeps they aren't related to. Possibly. I know I've got one in my family. She's not related to me by blood, but she's been my mom's best friend since before I was born. And I call her mama. And anytime that she talks about me on Facebook or, comments on a picture or something, it's always my daughter from another mother. There's always a distinction there. And I mean, we have no idea, the fact is. But if Belinda knows that Linda lady is not Daniel's mom, then we can take that as fact because Belinda knows these people. Okay, so I mean that's the long and short of it.
Let me I'll just ask Belinda. Belinda, what I say to Linda now that I got Linda in my head from that on that. I had asked Belinda though, like I showed her the picture. I showed her the picture, and I was like, what's this about Linda Martell and this face being Daniel's mom? And then she said, like, I don't know that she actually knows the name, but when I showed her the picture, she's like, that's not Daniel's mom. And it doesn't even look like Daniel's mom for that matter, but who knows? So Belinda, if you're listening to me right now, again, you ever seen that lady before, ever? on there. I'll just let it that I'll just play that. But anyways, let's go to you know what? We'll start with this one first, guys, and then we'll go into the Warden one, and then we'll go into the Daniel Martell channel. That photo is of Daniel. This channel, very confusing.
No, we're talking about the comment on the photo, Lee.
You see that?
The comment on the photo.
Yeah, Lee. Do you see that comment in the right-hand corner there? Janie McKenzie. And then the comment says, "My handsome son." Obviously, that's Daniel in the photo. Is that what you're confused about? Because I don't feel like I'm confused about anything. I'm confused where Linda Martell and a different picture came from. That's what I'm confused about. But anyways, we'll get back into that. Okay, so we'll play this, guys, okay? It's 2 minutes long, this one.
The missing persons investigation into the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan continues. We are appealing to the public for additional video footage. Investigators have collected hours of video from areas surrounding Lansdowne Station. Based on details gathered so far, we have confirmed that Lily and Jack were observed in public with family members on the afternoon of May 1st. Investigators are now asking anyone who has dash cam footage or video along Gairloch Road between noon on April 28th and noon on May 2nd to contact Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit. Investigators remain committed to exploring all possibilities surrounding the children's disappearance. To date, more than 355 tips have been received, and we are following up on the information provided. RCMP officers have also formally interviewed over 50 people, with more interviews planned in the coming days. Investigative work is ongoing following the large-scale ground and air search that began immediately after the children were reported missing on May 2nd. Hundreds of searchers, multiple dogs, a variety of drones, an underwater recovery team, and several aircraft scoured a heavily wooded 5.5 square kilometer area before search efforts were scaled back on May 7th. Additional searches took place on May 8th, May 9th, May 17th, and May 18th. Any future searches will be determined based on the course of the investigation. RCMP officers from various teams are fully engaged in finding out what happened to Jack and Lily. We're using all tools and resources to determine the circumstances of their disappearance. Anyone with information on the whereabouts of Jack and Lily, or who has video footage to share with police, is asked to call the Northeast Nova Major Crimes Unit. To remain anonymous, you can also contact Nova Scotia Crime Stoppers.
Sorry.
A French court on Wednesday found retired surgeon Joël Lesquarnac guilty of sexually.
Lily and Jack Sullivan continues.
Okay, so there's that one there. Then let's we'll go to this one here. We'll go to this one here, I guess, eh? Yeah, okay. Pumping that too loud, I suppose.
Welcome back. We want to return to our top story. We learned today the two Sullivan children, aged 6 and 4, were seen in public a day before they disappeared. We've reached Robert Parker. He is the warden of the municipality of Pictou County. He is in Central West River. Warden, good of you to join us. We won't talk specifically about the case because I know that you're not privy to information on this, but what do you think the sense will be in your community tonight when people hear even the slightest bit of new information from the RCMP? How is it received?
I think any bit of new information is wanted and needed. One thing that's short in this sad affair is good information. And when good information isn't available, then false information or whatever people decide on their own, that gets spread around. So any bit of information is good, but it doesn't tell us a lot. It tells us that little Lily and Jack were there the day before they disappeared, which is what was assumed all along and what was told by the parents, that they disappeared that morning. So it sort of lends some credence to that, I guess, and takes away some of the stories of, well, they hadn't been around for a week and things like that. But it's, there's still a long ways to go. And I think the RCMP are struggling, to find any little bit of lead they can. And so they know the public is hungry for answers. So they're letting out whatever they can. So I don't know if this information was available before and they just hadn't let it out, or if it wasn't available and whatever made it available now. I'm not sure of the facts on that.
Yeah, and something in that release today, police are asking for video for a very specific time from noon, April the 28th to noon on May 2nd. How many people would have, say, surveillance on their properties or on their vehicles in that rural area that you might be aware of?
Well, I was up to that site today for another reason, but there's a very sparse population there. Like there's some homes along the road. So there may be a chance that people do try to protect their properties now with cameras. So there may be a chance that there would be something, but they are going back then, according to that, about 5 days before the children went missing. So, they're looking for anything, I think, right now that would give them some idea. I think they've searched the woods so hard. They RCMP seem firmly convinced that they weren't abducted. So that doesn't leave a whole lot of options here. And so, like I say, people are coming up with their own options. So I'd like there to be more information released, but perhaps the RCMP can't do that for their search reasons.
So you would like concrete information, because I imagine there's a whole misinformation that's swirling around and people filling that void with what they think might have happened.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on, and it's not healthy because some people are being accused, I guess is probably too strong a word, but of being implicated that may not have any guilt at all of anything. But people are, like I say, searching for answers, and I think they're becoming frustrated at this point is the best way to put it. It's not to the point of anger at the RCMP or at anybody else, but they're frustrated. They know people have tried very hard to find the little ones, but they're hoping against hope that this just doesn't become one of those cold cases that kind of goes away. So they want to keep attention on this issue, I think.
Well, it's been nearly, a month now since Lily and Jack Sullivan have been missing.
Coming up on a month.
Yeah. How are the emotions?
Well, like I say, frustration I find now, sadness when they weren't found by the searchers. I think everybody was hopeful they were going to find them alive to start with, and then at least to, if not alive, then at least have closure for the families. But, absolutely nothing I've heard has been found, and to have that many searchers covering that area for that long and to find absolutely nothing. I was even told, I don't know the facts of it, but that the dogs didn't really find any trail to follow. So that leaves you wondering then what did happen, and we really need the people of the county and beyond in the province and the country need to know. One thing I've said many times before is that these little children they belong to a family, but they also belong to all of us. I think we all have a need and a want to protect our children, whether they're our children in the community, in the school, wherever they are. People here in Pictou County especially see those as our children, and they very much want to know what happened to them.
We've heard about the challenge of the environment and what that poses. We've seen pictures of it. But for viewers who may not be familiar with the area, can you describe just how much of a challenge that is for searchers as they go out?
Well, our woods here in Pictou County are a real mess after Fiona. There's just trees crisscrossed everywhere. A piece of woods that you could walk through from one end to the other in 10 minutes now takes you over an hour. And any woods that hasn't been harvested is in a real mess. And so it's tough going for the searchers. And that's why some people are still saying maybe they are in there. Maybe they, a lot of the trees are uprooted. Maybe they crawled in under one of those big roots up in the air and are hidden in somewhere where searchers perhaps, covered it several times but didn't see them. So that's a possibility. But the other thing about the forest up in that area, it's large. Like you go a long distance without having to hit a road or hit anything, and it's a real heavily wooded area. And I was out mowing my lawn this morning. There were black flies everywhere. So you can just imagine if you were in the woods searching and swinging at black flies and crawling over branches and down trees. And they said there's ticks up there. It's a rough country to be searching in.
Warden, it's a difficult time, I realize. We thank you for coming on here and sharing all that with us tonight, and no doubt we'll be speaking with you again.
I'll just say to everybody, keep your prayers there for the little ones. We need to know the answers at least, and the prayers are for everybody really, because there's nothing worse than not knowing what happened to our little ones.
Well said. Robert Parker is the warden of the municipality of Pictou County. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with.
What a nice guy. Seriously.
Yeah. And I'd like to say too that he talks about, imagine being a searcher and they're having to swat black flies and stuff away. I mean, imagine being a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old thinking that would be a good place to wander through with black flies and ticks and trees strewn about, toppled over each other. And, I mean, that there goes both ways. A terrible place to search, I can only imagine. But I'm at the same time, I can't imagine it being a fun place for little tiny kids to want to go play in with all the black flies and stuff.
Yeah. Thank you, Paige. I have a niece spelled exactly that same way. Her name is Paige. Thank you so much, Charmaine. You funny. Okay, just quickly. So, Lily, thank you so much for those 5 memberships. So, Remy Stuff got one, Irish Girl, SB Gamer, TXRN, and Heidi Helsinki. Heidi Helsinki. Isn't that a hair product? But anyway, so I want to do it that way. Try to catch it on there. So, thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Again, anyone coming in here, Charmaine and myself, we're from the West Coast side of Canada. I'm in the Vancouver area. Charmaine's in the Shuswap area. This case, of course, is happening in the East Coast side of Canada. And knowing that it's 4-hour difference from us time zone wise. So appreciate that. And if you guys could please hit that like and the share. Belinda, the biological grandmother, she's watching this chat as well, so please give her a lot of hugs. She's been giving us a lot of different information over the last couple of days. Appreciate that again, and same to Daphne Sullivan for speaking up. Obviously, she was very frustrated, tired of keeping her mouth shut. I already showed you guys proof that Daphne is the relative. She is a great aunt of these children, and her brother is the grandfather of Jack and Lily. And Belinda, like I said, so Belinda's son is a father of Jack and Lily, and she's been gracious enough to, speak with this channel, speak with me in Messenger. And again, can't say it enough. Thank you so much, Belinda, for sharing information, giving us more insight. I'm so glad the update has come out today, because then it stops the speculation of any other time prior to Thursday. They want from 12 o'clock to Friday, 12 o'clock, anyone with dash cam information. So
but didn't they say April 28th too?
Sorry?
They're still looking from April 28th on.
No, but Jack and Lily they have verified.
Yes, but they're still asking for dash cam video from April 28th.
Oh, see, so when I just listened to something, it literally said from Thursday at 12 o'clock to Friday at 12 o'clock. So I literally just heard that in one of the videos on the news. That's why I was like,
maybe it was updated. I think, like, I sent you something. I want to say I sent you something earlier today before this stuff came out that said they're
Yeah.
no,
Oh, they,
no, it was after the sighting. It was after the video came out, or the information about the video
maybe it
came out.
was Federal. Yeah. I mean, because it only makes sense that it obviously they want footage from more than just that point of view, like from the 12 o'clock Thursday to the 12
Yes.
Friday. Yeah. I mean, that only makes sense, right? Hence why they were asking for video footage 5 days prior from the cameras and stuff like that. Okay. So thank you guys so much. If I may ask where the biological father to these missing, if I may ask where is, honestly, there's certain, when it comes to the father of these children, which is Belinda's son, I said I would not give out information because that's what she requested. So unless Belinda ever wants to say something different than that, I'm not going to tell you where he lives or anything like that, guys. I have to respect the her wishes. Simple as that. Okay. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Unfortunately, I don't want to say unfortunately, because honestly, it's just one of those things. She doesn't want it out there. It's that simple. So,
And I mean, I can understand it because I'm sure not anybody here, but there are people out there who will hunt him down and accuse him, and
there already are some people.
what a nightmare.
Right. So the thing that we said that we would correct is that the name out there is Lily Sullivan, and her son has never been arrested. And so that Lily Sullivan is wrong. So the information that's out there with regards to her son is wrong. So, so that was something that she wanted, because obviously, right? And yeah, the bloodhounds will come out there and start digging and digging and digging. It's already, we always know how these things work. So absolutely, she's doing the right thing by that one. Okay, guys? It's her son. It's her life, not ours. Someone please adopt my old self. Don't want to be in the States anymore. No can do, Pikachu. Okay, so sorry, that was Charmaine's podcast right there. I also know that Janie's brother is also on the search, which is good. Nobody knows these woods better. Thank you so much, Valerie, for saying that. Valerie, can you just clarify? I noticed that there's people were asking, at least I've seen. I noticed that there was people asking if you were related to the Mackenzies in posts and stuff like that. Did you want to clarify here or at all? Just because I had seen someone say, is Valerie connected to Janie Mackenzie? Because obviously you have the same last name, right? Let me just take a boo here. Yeah. So, and again, Belinda, you guys, just so you know, Belinda did tell me that, again, she spoke with the Globe and Mail today, as well as most of all Daniel's members and Malaya's mom. Okay. So that is not out yet. I've asked Belinda, hey, if you see it, or even Kent, if you see it. You guys, I'm not going to get into a bunch of names other than what's out there already. If people know names, but I'm not going to go beyond sitting here talking about, Belinda. Obviously, Daphne put her name out there on a post, Daniel, Malaya, and stuff like that. But I'm not going to start getting into, the brothers' names of this and that. So we know that Malaya's father is, I think it's Joseph Henry or Henry, I think Henry Joseph on that one. That one we know. And then again, here, let me put that post up, you guys, because you guys said it was too small. So give me 1 second here. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Present, share screen, Windows, this and that. Okay. And so see right here, you guys, right-hand corner, my handsome son. Okay. So all of a sudden there's this whole Linda Martell. And I showed that picture to Belinda, and she's like, I don't know who that is. You know, or she said it's not Daniel's mom. So, my handsome son. I don't think she's talking to anybody else besides Daniel in that picture. You know, and it's, you know, and I get it. Sometimes people go like, you know, that's my boy type of thing, and it's a relation, but am I going to sit there and go 1000% it's Janie? No, I'm going to leave a percentage off of that. My handsome son. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know why this other name is being brought up with a picture of, I think that's just misinformation. Not going to swear my life on it, but pretty darn sure that Daniel, nothing looks like that lady that was posted on Dolly Vision's video there. Just saying. Mackenzie is the largest surname in Nova Scotia. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that in a minute. I don't have time at the second, Olivia. Okay, but I'll look at it in just a bit here. Okay. Okay, so let's go, you guys. Let's go to this one here. I know that this one's just kind of a repeat, but whatever. It came out today. Let's watch it.
Nearly a month ago were seen in public the day before their disappearance. 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack have been missing since May the 2nd. Police say they were told the children wandered away from their home in Lansdowne Station. The disappearance sparked an extensive search. In an update today, the RCMP say they have collected hours of video from the surrounding area.
Based on details gathered so far, we have confirmed that Lily and Jack were observed in public with family members on the afternoon of May 1st. Investigators are now asking anyone who has dash cam footage or video along Gairloch Road between noon on April 28th and noon on May 2nd to contact Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit. Investigators remain committed to exploring all possibilities surrounding the children's disappearance.
So far, RCMP say they have received more than 355 tips and have formally interviewed more than 50 people, with more interviews planned in the coming days.
Like many Nova Scotians who don't have a family doctor, a 96-year-old Dartmouth resident is fed up. Dorothy Lamont says not having a physician is her biggest worry. So she recently tried a unique method to find one, putting an ad in the paper. Nicholas Sagan reports.
Are we watching all Nova Scotia News today?
Dorothy Lamont and her son Stuart admiring their handiwork.
Not
On
that I
page
don't
3
care.
of the local paper, this ad titled "Seeking a Physician."
Nope, because I was busy doing other stuff. One sec. Okay, so let's go to Daniel's one here. This one here. Let's go to that. Okay, so I think this one's the one about the lie detector test here. Boom, boom, boom. Turn up the volume. It's good.
The road behind me was still swarming with search and rescue personnel as RCMP resumed their ground search for 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, who first went missing 3 weeks ago in Lansdowne Station. Now, this has been a story that has dominated headlines across the country and beyond as people speculate and wonder about what could have happened to these two missing children. Now, just because the road is deserted doesn't mean RCMP are finished with their investigation. In fact, they just put out a statement Wednesday calling on the public for more footage.
Investigators are now asking anyone who has dash cam footage or video along Gairloch Road between noon on April 28th and noon on May 2nd to contact Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit.
They add RCMP are committed to exploring all possibilities in the case and have formally interviewed more than 50 people, with more interviews planned in the coming days. The children's stepfather, Daniel Martell, says he has been interviewed extensively since Lily and Jack were first reported missing. You mentioned last time we chatted that you'd offered to do a polygraph test.
That is correct.
Has that already happened?
That has happened.
Right. And did you get results from that yet?
I do have results, and I don't know if I can share those results, but they were good in my favor, we'll say that.
Martell says he is glad the police have put out the additional call for footage and is again asking anyone with information to come forward. Despite not having had contact with the children's mother, Malaya, since May 3rd when she left the search area, He says an RCMP liaison has been assigned to keep them both informed as the investigation progresses.
Trust the RCMP word, and I mean, you don't have to trust my word, but I'm the only one doing media for Jack and Lily, trying to keep the story alive and get them found.
According to RCMP, any future searches will be determined based on the course of the investigation. They say they've covered a 5.5 kilometer search area and received 355 tips so far in the search for Lily and Jack Sullivan.
Lily. Trying to keep this.
You're muted.
Yeah. Why do I always keep wanting to believe him? I feel like he's sincere. Honestly, I want to keep casting doubt on this man, but like, I mean, he said, I've asked for a polygraph test. I want everyone to take one. I believe he absolutely took one. And if he said he passed, you don't think like he would look like a monkey's ass and that the police would be instantly like, why would he even risk putting out there that if he didn't? What do you think, you guys?
I think, I do believe that he took a polygraph test. I'm not sure that the RCMP would tell him he passed or failed, but I think that he would know. I think that conversations after the test would tell him whether or not there were issues with the test. I do believe him here because he said, I don't know if I can release the results, but it went well in my favor, however he put that. And I think that that's probably something similar to what he would have been told by the examiner, not the RCMP themselves, but by whoever administered the test. There are, with the information that we've learned from Belinda, and particularly what we've learned from Belinda, and with the sighting of the kids with family members on the Thursday, I'm not all the way convinced yet, but I am starting to see that horrifyingly fishy and weird interview with Malaya. I'm starting to see it in a different light, and I would like to have a little bit of a exercise whether or not you guys actually participate is up to you, but maybe later if Sunny's planning on showing that interview again before we show that interview, I'm just going to give you some things to think about while you're watching her talk and see if we can put ourselves in the shoes of somebody who's experiencing what she was experiencing, and not even allegedly, I'm not talking about potential abuse or anything like that, just what was going on inside of her at the time. And when I did that, I started to kind of understand the cadence and the bizarre structure of her story and how it was rehearsed and no affect and very little emotion. And, you know, I started to kind of get it, not understand it, not be compassionate like that way, but I get it. You know, if that is the case, I get it. It doesn't look as terrible to me when I think of it in those terms.
Right. I get what you're saying. You're saying. Okay. Charmaine, let me just quickly go back. So question, do we know when she did that interview? If you're talking about Malaya, it was on May 3rd, the day right after the kid's disappearance, if that's what you're talking about. So, someone asked if Malaya lawyered up. Well, Daniel told Belinda, which is the biological mother or grandmother of Jack and Lily, that Malaya had lawyered up. Yes. Now, why she lawyered up exactly? Was it to do with the CPS? You know, was it to do with, you know, the missing children? Don't know on that. Just know that she, according to Daniel, to Belinda, she lawyered up, and that came out of Daniel. So Belinda has talked to Daniel a few times, where he said some stuff. Again, you guys can go back to yesterday's lives, the day before, where there was plenty of questions answered, and like about the clothes, for instance. And again, it's information that is given to Belinda. So Belinda was there on, I think it was the 3rd and the 5th.
And the 11th, I think.
No, she said it was the 18th. She corrected herself. She said that's
Okay.
the last time she spoke to Daniel. So, so she's been on the property. She's been in the trailer. And she said, yes, it did look as bad on the outside as it does on the inside, or, same thing, and stuff like that. Now, I asked her, as well, like, what did you feel about Daniel? Like, did you feel any weirdness from Daniel? Because obviously, if you're talking to someone, now she said that on the news, watching it, it's almost like, yeah, like she's not sure that she's buying it, basically. Okay, these are loose words here, but she said in person, it's different. She more gets a different feeling, right? That, because obviously when you're seeing something on the news, it's cut and edited, and it's meant to look a certain way, absolutely always, okay? But when you're literally talking with someone and they're telling you about, kind of things that are going on with the case and different things, it's a different perception when you're literally talking with them. So she felt differently in a sense. So she's a little bit confused on her feelings about it all, because it's like on the news, there's things that he's saying that are off in a sense, or like the Friday, when he double talks or stutters over the word Friday, but in person, it's like more of a different feeling. So it's left her kind of feeling like not really sure what to think actually on this, because she kind of goes back and forth like we all do with, was Malaya involved? Her interview's weird. I think so. My gut here, and I've right from the get-go, I've wanted to believe Daniel from the emotions when he's saying it. I know that there's no tears coming down there, but I've always held back from buying into it in a sense, because if a story is being told by two people about the same event that morning, but yet they still have inconsistencies in that same bedtime thing, hearing Jack in the kitchen, that's the part that has always held me back. Because if you're telling that story, that means that if the kids disappeared when you said, then you both would know what happened, or maybe it is an abduction and the dog didn't bark and the kids didn't make a noise. Nobody seen them. And it was one of those perfect storms by chance, right? It has to be an option, because we don't know what happened to Jack and Lily at all. I don't know where my train of thought just went somewhere. It's been a long day. What was I going with that, Charmaine? Gone.
I don't know.
I don't know. Either way, I think it was just about the authenticness of Daniel. I found myself, you guys. Don't worry about that. Okay, found my brain cell. So I believe him. Like, I'm not 100%, but I'm inching up to 75. I believe him, because he said from the get-go, like, give me a polygraph, give everyone a polygraph, and I can't see him being a stupid ass sitting there basically, yeah, like, I passed polygraph. I'm not going to tell you exactly, but I'm pretty much letting you know. And he's saying things that one typically truthfully would say, like things like, well, the truth will always come out, like these comments that he says. That's something that, to me, someone typically genuine, like, it's not just that one, but then there's these odd ones that he makes where he'll say, like in that one news clip, now that's granted it was an article where it said that, about searching for the kids for the rest of his life. Well, because that projects that, what, you don't believe that they're ever going to come back, or that you know what happened or something for you to make a comment like that, right? So I look at everything. I just look at everything. But my gut instinct with him, I don't believe Malaya in that interview. So unless by chance, Charmaine, that interview and what we learned from Belinda, that, from Daniel, from what Daniel told Belinda, that she was worse than postpartum depression. And so for men out there that don't know about postpartum depression, because you're not a female, so you could have no clue. You can hear it, maybe listen to what it means, but unless you're a female going through it, you have no clue that these things truly exist. That's lots of times women can have babies and they go through this humongous postpartum depression where they detach from their children in a sense. And that's basically what Daniel had told Belinda, or whatever, that kind of happened, that it's like he's been looking after the kids, that after Meadow was born, which is their child together, that that it's almost like there was this detachment from Jack and Lily. And maybe that's why Malaya's interview seems the way it does. Maybe because it's a forced type of feeling. And maybe I can't tell you guys, I've never been through having a baby in postpartum depression, but is it a serious thing? Absolutely. There's lots of cases out there where mothers take the lives of their children that are going through postpartum depression. So is that a possibility? I don't know. Yes, because go ahead, Charmaine.
To me, the postpartum depression and Daniel's description of the last 16 months since Meadow was born, something like this in my mind, and I could be totally wrong, but when I see that interview and I'm thinking that this is kind of normal, where the kids are kind of left to their own devices. They're always out and about, they're always doing their thing, but they always come back. And this time they didn't come back. And now this mom who knows she's got a problem, she knows what she used to be like with Jack and Lily, and she knows that she's been different. She doesn't feel the same. She's on anxiety medication and all the rest of it. What a wake-up call. What a wake-up call. And then to be in front of the cameras being interviewed, she is trying to get the information out. And do you know what I mean? That's kind of where my brain was going. If you're in this kind of brain fog, and I can only imagine, I didn't have postpartum depression, but I can tell you menopause has got to be similar. But you're in this brain fog for a year, and you come to realize that your kids are gone and they're not coming back. You can't find them anywhere. How are you going to put that story together and try to seem like you're not a distant or neglectful mom? Or do you know what I mean? How embarrassing, how you lost your kids because you weren't watching them. And if it comes out that you weren't watching them for the better part of a year and a half, I think changing dating status was to appease CPS. And the same with the lawyer thing. I mean, trying to keep the one child that you have with you. I mean, you have to do what you have to do to keep custody of your child.
Mm-hmm.
It's just my thought since learning everything that Belinda has told us. Where are the tears, though? Again, no affect, depression, anxiety, postpartum. There are no tears to be had. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you've ever cried yourself out of tears or been so depressed that nothing matters. And just, it doesn't just change like that because now your kids are gone and you're scared. You can't just turn all that stuff back on. But what a wake-up call, because now your kids aren't coming back. And that's a problem. Now you have to answer for that. You need to find your kids. And to me, that's why it looks so rehearsed and so robotic, and you know what I mean? Because it is. Not because she's guilty of anything, but because it is. She's guilty of not taking care of her kids properly, at least that morning. In my opinion, and I could be wrong because I've changed my opinion 50 times in the last month. But this is the first time I've seen that interview in a different light.
Exactly. And, you know, again, thanks to Belinda's information, giving more insight. And as I told Belinda, that this insight and these details are helpful. Why are they helpful? Because they're helpful to get a better look at what Malaya was going through. We didn't, like some people mentioned about, you know, postpartum depression, because it is a thing. I wasn't even thinking about that till I saw somebody else put that in there, and I'm like, you know, oh yeah, actually that's true. So it does make you look at things in a different light when you have more details to the case. And that's what I always say, you know, like whether these things are being told to Belinda, remember that, okay? Does it make them true? We don't know that. It's what she's being told. But, you know, thing is Daniel has been, to be honest with you, Daniel's been very, very open in a lot of ways. He's giving out information about going out to CPS, not being able to see, getting rejected from seeing his child. You know, he has been saying things that are pretty open, almost like when somebody has nothing to hide, that they just kind of spill the tea, you know? And that's kind of how I've been taking him. But then there's that piece going again that I keep going, well, if they're telling the same story, you know, like, and you feel like Malaya's lying, then they most have to know. But maybe that's just not the case at all, to be honest with you. You know, we don't know what the situation here is, to be honest. My head is still spinning because I'm trying to wrap my head. I haven't had time to think today, guys. My work day from start to finish, even beyond it, okay, was so thick, like a phone call. I was dealing with stuff all day long. I was trying to talk to Belinda just a little bit, trying to talk to Kent, trying to talk to Charmaine, you know, getting it in there just when I could have a moment, you know, to do that. And I haven't had time to wrap my brain around it because I always like to take all the information, right, and put it together and then see where I'm at with the situation. And I haven't actually had time to reflect on that today. And I'm sorry, guys. I know people are talking in the chat. And again, it's a little bit hard to try to keep up with everything that your guys are saying on there. But I do want to go back to something Belinda said. She did say, well, so for, again, Globe and Mail. Belinda has done an interview with the Globe and Mail. I asked her, was it on the phone or in person? She said no, that they came to her home. Okay. I also asked her who else, because she said that other people were interviewed. She said basically Daniel's whole family, Justin, the mother, the father, as well as Malaya's mom. So I asked her if it was out, but she said no, not yet. Again, Kent or Charmaine or anybody, Sharon, whoever that perhaps comes across that feed, it might be, yeah, then just let me know, okay? But she did say about going back to the picture. She goes, the picture you showed me, and I don't want to put it up there because it's already doing enough damage having the wrong face up there. Dolly Vision put out a video, showed Linda Martell, and then showed this picture of this lady. And so Belinda's saying that picture you showed me is not his mom. And he said, but then she said, but the name could be right. I'm not sure. I just know what she looks like. Now, in saying that, again, we showed you this picture, and hold on. I'll do it this way. Forget, stop screen, present, share screen. Just to reiterate what I said. So Belinda and Daphne, they had no clue, right? So just to reiterate a little bit here, Belinda has not seen her grandbabies in 2 years. Once the relationship with Daniel happened, okay, there was this pushing away, right? So basically what Belinda said that Malaya had said that basically no matter what, you're still family, basically see the kids. And the last thing that Belinda had said was that she was supposed to I can't remember what month it was, but anyways, that she would bring the kids around to Belinda soon, type of thing. Okay. Again, then the children, but they're missing, right? And so it's kind of like, so she hasn't seen the babies in 2 years. The relationship got strained, obviously, once she met Daniel. And by the way, to the person that commented on it, yeah, a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago, I know that he has a Pokemon channel. I've already shown that. You probably obviously didn't watch the channel at that point. But yes, I was looking for tone. I was looking for how Daniel was speaking. But all his videos were Pokemon. And to be honest with you, I don't see Daniel myself as this controlling person. I don't. He actually comes off really nice to me. And I don't think I'm one of those foolish people, but I could be wrong. But everything I've seen of Daniel, from him holding his other 2 kids with his other wife, Christy, there, I've seen Daniel in this nice light, to be honest with you. Even in these interviews, I don't see him as aggressive or anything. I see pictures of him holding his other kids. I see, if he's telling Belinda that basically she kind of detached from Jack and Lily after having Meadow, and that it's worse than postpartum depression, and that he's having to kind of take care of the kiddies. I'm not seeing this as a rotten person. Now, still, could an accident have happened? Maybe. I don't even know anymore. Go ahead.
I feel like because of, and just, hear me out, you guys. Occam's razor. I feel like because of the last 16 months and the postpartum depression and him kind of taking over the parenting of the 2 kids, and now there's this baby, I feel like if there was blame to be had in Malaya's mind, and her family's mind, and in Daniel's mind, who should have been watching those kids? Who was 99% of the time watching those kids? Daniel. If all of this is accurate, and that's what Malaya was going through, and the dynamic of the family was he had to step in and kind of be the parent because she was suffering so badly with this depression, then yeah, they might all blame him for not watching those kids, for falling back to sleep. Like, why did you go back to sleep when you knew Malaya was sleeping? Like, how could you let the kid, you know what I mean? Like, I could see how that would escalate. And that could be why he is trying so hard. That could be why he is the voice in the media for Jack and Lily, because he probably has this enormous sense of guilt. And here I'm being total devil's advocate, going against what pretty much everybody that we talk to thinks. But I'm really starting to think, I don't think that they wandered off into the woods. I think that they, generally speaking, did kind of their own thing in the house. And the backpack, the boots, the dressing Jack in the little brown outfit that they found the next day or whatever, missing, however they figured out what the kids were wearing. That tells me, and Lily poking her head in the bedroom a few times in the morning, that tells me that maybe the kids wanted to go to school that day. And because they were both sleeping, they grabbed the boots, they grabbed the backpack. They lost the scent at the end of the driveway. It tells me, isn't it possible, you guys, that they were getting themselves ready to go to school? And abduction, I don't know if the RCMP, and I'm serious, I don't know if they've come out recently and said they've completely ruled out abduction still. But let's think back to Shasta Groening and her brother, Dylan, who I'm not going to say the predator's name, but he stalked that family. He spotted those kids outside playing in a very rural area and he watched them to get the family's kind of routine. And he went in their house. He unalived the entire family in front of the little kids, but he targeted those kids, and he'd never been in the area before. He was just driving around. And you can't tell me just, randomly decided to take these kids. I mean, it happens all the time. Look at Delphi. Richard Allen just decided that was the day. And victims of opportunity, it happens. So I don't know if they're still saying no abduction. I don't know that for sure. But I have a really hard time believing that they went into the woods. They don't like being cold and wet, but they had no problem being cold and wet that day with all the black flies, with the twigs or the ticks and everything else going in and out of that bush. And so far that they got lost and nobody found a single trace. That's what I'm having a hard time believing.
And I want to say something, Kent. Okay, he says, I might not be foolish, but I'm believing the story. No, I'll tell you what I am. I'm a smart person. I look at and Kent, I'm not getting mad at or upset at you here, but okay, I look at everything, right? It doesn't matter. I'm looking at Daniel's reactions. I'm looking at Malaya's reactions. I'm looking at everything. Why? Because you have to do that. You can't rule anything out. We don't know if there was an abduction, if it was family involvement, or in the woods still. We can't rule that out. And obviously, maybe the police have, the RCMP have, and then, of course, they're just looking for this footage for purposes, in what they already know or don't know. We don't know. Bottom line is, I would be a fool myself if I didn't look at everything. So I'm not an idiot to personalities. It's not that I'm being fooled by Daniel, but as you look at a person, right? As you look at a person, I'm seeing someone holding kids. I'm seeing someone that's not being aggressive. I'm seeing someone that seems to have a lot of genuine emotions mixed with some things that are odd. I'm looking at everything. Am I drawing a conclusion to anything? No, because I don't know. But the more details that we have, thank you to Belinda, the more details that we have and the more that Daniel speaks, right, gives us more insight. But I don't think, unless you're a freaking total monkey's ass, no one's going to sit there that asks for a polygraph test and then takes one and then publicly embarrass himself and caught lying in a sense or manipulating that he passed or given the kind of like that impression of like it went good, right? It doesn't make sense, to be honest with you. But do I take it for everything it's worth? No, I take it for a bigger grain of salt than rumors and speculation. I just look at the facts that's coming out of the people's mouths. And then I determine in my head, right? But you would have to be a fool just to instantly believe that these people are guilty without having where we don't know, right? Does Malaya's interview look suspicious? Absolutely. But again, do we have to look at the fact that Malaya had postpartum depression really bad, which is a thing, and mothers do take their children's lives? Is that a possibility? Perhaps. Is it abduction a possibility, even though it seems the least likely? Yes. So no, I'm a pretty wise person, and I don't sit there and just judge right away. I always look at the information before me, right? And the bottom line is that there's not one thing here that any of us can say for certain what happened to Jack and Lily. Because if they can, then obviously we're going down the wrong route or something like that, when we should be going. There's not one person. We can have our highest opinions and that stuff like that. But I would expect people, when they're looking at a case and trying to understand it, that you're an open mind and you're looking at everything. Did I preach too much there?
No, but I mean, Jackie, it happens all the time. Just really quickly, did you see who popped in here?
No.
Long time no see, Travis. Hi.
Oh, he popped in the other day, actually. Hi, Travis. Where? Oh, there he is. Woods. Travis, he's still on the belief of Woods. What other case was he talking about the Woods with? Sebastian Rogers. Yeah. So Travis is a lawyer, you guys, out of Texas, okay? And he was on this channel talking and discussing with the Delphi case and stuff like that. He had come in the channel and talked about Sebastian's case, thinking bears and woods. What do you think about this case, Travis? Have you paid enough attention to it? And okay, so the most obvious reason that I can see they want the dash cam for the newer cars than 24 have 360 cameras depending upon the setting that you had them in the car. I mean, with the news about the timeline, right? Like, meaning that they were last seen now Thursday in public with family or whatever. Okay, they gave us that information, and I'm glad they did finally, because they wanted us to know finally that, look, we're going to confirm this. They should have done that already, is confirm that, so they could stop the speculation. Remember, like in the Idaho case, where they were like, look, stop blaming Jack, the boyfriend. They've already been cleared, so knock it off. And people were still blaming them no matter what. But I loved it when they came out and did that in the Brian Koberger case, right? They basically were like, let's shut those false rumors down. Here you go. So that's how I feel about this. Let's cut the crap from the Tuesday, and Wednesday. This is when the children were last seen. Right. So now that's your box of window right there, right? From Thursday to, go ahead.
I'd just like to point out that when is the last time that Canada had a case that got this much international exposure? It does not happen very often. And quite honestly, this is the first one that I can tell. And Nova Scotia is a small province. It really is. And yes, they had Dylan Ehler go missing, and they have other people go missing, but not two little tiny babies at the same time. The RCMP, especially in Nova Scotia, don't know how to handle that kind of thing. And all we all know is that Canadian law enforcement and Canadian investigations are kept extraordinarily close to the vest. They do not share information. If they need the public's help, they'll let you know. Other than that, we don't get to see anything until a verdict is happening. Sometimes, if we're lucky, we'll have a good reporter inside the courtroom who can draw a picture for us, like sketch a picture, because there's no cameras in the courtrooms. And we might get some live tweeting or an article after the fact. But there's no public access to this stuff. So, I mean, the fact that they're not coming out and saying, you guys, cut the crap, this is not the right information. If we need you, we'll tell you. That's not even on their radar. They're investigating the disappearance of two small children. They could give a fuck what's going on social media, which is not right. I'm not saying, because if I have said it for weeks now, they should be setting everybody straight, not giving us information, but at least saying, you guys are wrong, you're harassing the wrong people, whatever, whatnot, would help. Look at how much different, my opinion, your opinion, how much broader our minds are, our opinions are, with just a little bit of information we got from Belinda. And now with the RCMP update today, that's not a whole lot of information that we got. And it's not directly related to the disappearance, but it just helps us understand what's going on a little bit better, so that we don't have to sit here and say, oh, Daniel looks fishy and Malaya's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, just a little bit of information. But I don't think the RCMP sees it that way. They don't give a what's going on.
You don't think that they came out today to kind of to give social, you don't think that they came out today to give the public that information to stop the drama? Like, not, I'm saying it loosely, but you know what I'm saying. You don't think that that's why they did that?
What do you mean? Today?
Yeah. Like, you don't think
they did that. They did that because they're still looking for more video. They still need the public for something else, so they had to add to it. They didn't do that for social media to stop talking about it. Absolutely not.
Okay,
I don't think so.
That's how you feel. Okay, so that's how you feel.
Yeah, my
right?
opinion. Totally.
Yeah. So, okay, so you're basically, so what Charmaine basically is saying, guys, if you obviously, is that that they needed more video footage camera, and they're asking for it from this, and then and kind of like in asking for that, they basically attached the information about that the children were last seen, hence why they're asking for this information, and that it's not to feed ourselves information, but they need that information. And we all do know that they only give you the information that they want to. So Charmaine's probably right on this, to be honest with you, because when I think about it, the police, the RCMP police, LE, whatever you want to call them, they give you information for certain reasons, and it's usually not for the benefit of us.
Very calculated. Very calculated.
Yeah. So that's probably more truer, to be honest with you, than more to like, calm us down in a sense. I mean, sure, it's going to help, right? I mean, because if people want to still act like Wednesday happened and Tuesday happened, then go to a psychiatrist, because obviously they're literally telling you they were last seen on Thursday, May 1st, right?
And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. And this is, I was in criminal justice for, whatever. So I do know the tiniest little bit. But if they're having a morning briefing, there's probably a team or a lead or something that's saying, okay, where are we at? What's the direction for the day? Who's doing what? And when they say, well, we need video from this, and that, we need to appeal to the public for this. Okay, do we have anything that we can tell the public? Is there any update that we can put along with this that's going to entice them to help us, because we're not starving them out? You know what I mean? Maybe not in those words, but you give a little, you're going to get more. And to me, anyways, that's. And I just want to say to Anna too, just quickly. Anna, I thought of that myself, right? Again, every scenario goes through my head. Could it be as simple as the parents had a friend who was a creep, comes by early in the morning, kids awake, parents not, theorizing? Absolutely. In my head, though, I can't help but keep remembering that there's a dog on the property. And dogs are yappy, especially on gravel, especially on noise. Dogs instantly. Rah, rah, rah. I'm just having the part that I have a hard time with is that, were they knocked out cold, Daniel and Malaya, perhaps? Like, how do you not hear kids opening up that rickety, rackety door, that's silent, and the freaking rickety, rackety, freaking, what do you call that? That's, oh my God, I can't think of it. The stairway thing. The wooden back porch. Screen door?
No, besides that, like, come on now. Like,
I mean, I have a theory on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Said it already, that because they're used to the kids going in and out as they please. This is not, oh my God, they got out the silent door, they just happened to get out. To me, that's not accurate. They were probably used to them coming and going, but they always came back.
Right.
And maybe Daniel thought, well, maybe he told them, don't go outside, whatever, when they did anyways, potentially. And he thought, well, you know what? It's raining and cold. They're going to be right back. Fell asleep 2 hours later. He's like, oh, shit. Kids aren't back. Where'd they go? Or, you know what I mean? I think because they probably heard the door, and it might be something that's just kind of normal in the house for them to hear the door and not think anything of it. And then all of a sudden they fell back asleep and the kids are gone. And the last thing they remember was them playing in the room beside them. You know what I mean? And the room beside them could have been in the living room, opening and closing that friggin' door. But I think that it happened all the time.
I do too. I don't believe for 1 second that Malaya saying that, they know not to go outside. I call bullshit on that regardless. Okay. It's not a normal thing. Most parents, you know what? You're outside playing. You're living in this freaking property where there's nobody around you, and you don't think that your kids can just go play out in the backyard by themselves, and you keep an eye on them as you're doing stuff. Absolutely. I don't buy that for 1 second. But then again, you have to remember too, like CPS and that, like that's like they have to, in a sense, lie. They're not going to sit there and go, you know what? Yeah, we let them outside playing all the time. I mean, that would only add to the CPS file, to be honest with you, like that. So that just crossed my mind, because obviously anything that's said by them, that's fair game for the court of law, for CPS, So if they feel like the children weren't being taken, I mean, she was obviously said that she had to leave the property anyway, or else she would lose Meadow. And then, this is what Belinda told me earlier. Let me just pull that up, actually. I just want to make sure I say it right. Open in Messenger. 1 second here. Oh, I don't want to give you my stupid pins. Knock it off. Stupid. I freaking hate this. I wish I would have never have synced the darn things. My worst nightmare on Messenger is this whole stupid syncing stuff. Okay, let me see here. Just gotta see where she said that. I said something because Kent, and I saw the picture, right, Kent? About with the cleaner yard. Okay. Right, Kent? With the, helicopter footage. I saw it in Snark the Dark's video, and the helicopters over top of it, and the backyard's the yard's a lot cleaner. Correct me if I'm wrong. Right, Kent? Because I saw that in that helicopter footage in that Snark the Dark guy. So if you could just answer in chat there. Yeah, just answer me about the backyard thing. If you could, Kent. Oh, mind you, there's a timer. So people can only answer every 45 seconds unless you're a channel member or mod. Okay, anyway, so as we're waiting for that, because I had mentioned that to Belinda. Just got to find where we had that conversation. Okay. What Belinda said was, she said, Global said, so Global News, guys, from what Belinda's saying, Global said that Daniel is trying to turn his life around because he wants Malaya back, whatever that means, and that they were having money issues. Okay. Now, in saying that, did Kent ever ask me?
Were you talking to me? What did you say?
No, I'm trying to wait for Kent. He told me about the yard, and I remember seeing it in Snark the Dark's aerial view where the home looks way tidier. And so I'm waiting for Kent to answer me on that. But I don't think he has yet. No, in my opinion. So no, that's not in my opinion. That was an actual interview with Daniel in one of his first couple of interviews. He was the same as Malaya. We didn't hear nothing over the couple of days. It changed. I don't read. I don't know what that's for. Why?
No, that's for the hearing when we read that article that said that Daniel had heard the sliding door. We thought that was a mistype in an article. Do you remember that? Kent is saying he saw it on a interview on TV or something because he doesn't read. He didn't read that article, so it wasn't a misprint. It was a change of story from Daniel, is what Kent is saying there.
Yeah, I have no idea. All I know is Snark the Dark, aerial footage of a helicopter. Yard looks totally cleaner. And that would make sense because if the house is because Belinda said that the house looked as bad on the inside as it did in the outside, right? So so that would make sense if Daniel's trying to get, Malaya back and, and get their place sorted out better so that CPS doesn't threaten them with taking the kids away and stuff like that. because Belinda said Malaya didn't want to leave, but she was told that if she didn't, she would lose Meadow, right? And that was by the RCMP. So
But
that
that
would
also goes to the state of the yard and the house. If it's unfit for children and Daniel lives there, if she wants to keep custody of her child, she needs to get her child out of that environment into a more suitable environment. It could have nothing to do with Daniel's parenting or Daniel's behavior. It's the environment the kids are in.
Well, that's what
and
we're
he has
talking
to
about.
prove to CPS that it's better.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm
fixed.
talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because, right, that's about the environment, right? Children deserve all those to them. They deserve to be fed, bathed, clothed, live in an environment that's safe and not a shit shack and a shithole, right? Like, some people forget about that. They just, like we've seen so many times, like, look at Summer Wells, right? What a disgusting piece of shit of a life that those children were living in. And would they know any better? Nope, because that shithole was their home. That was it.
That's right.
To think.
Yeah, that's just life as they know it. Look at how some of the other kids in the world live, right? Like, they don't know what's normal and what's proper. They live their life. That's how they're raised.
And you know what? I swear to God, if I could adopt all these children, I would, honestly. When it comes to children, and there's these cases where, like, the boy in the box, these fucking idiot parents that think that it's okay to make a box in a garage and make that your kid's room and give them a bucket for a shitter, or the freaking 8-passenger one where they think it's okay to duct tape your kid and put them in cellars and think that this is freaking ass normal. It's so crazy, Charmaine. And like that one story where the family had like 8 kids or something and they freaking cuffed them to their beds. Finally, the one girl decides that she's going to try to escape. She does. And they find how this home has been living, and stuff like that. Or look at that. I can't think of his name, that boy not too long ago last year. Remember, all of a sudden his mom lives in this filth pen of a house, and literally her son was there the whole time, and he leaves the house, and next thing you know, it's a full-blown story. It's crazy. I can't imagine. I just, for the sake of the children, I can't believe that these parents exist. It's so disgusting and so sickening. And every time I see these stories of that, and I'm not talking about specifically this kid, I'm just talking about in general. It's like these children were born, and it's your duty as a parent to make sure that they are loved, fed, cared for, not abused, not used, and they're not neglected, and they live in, like I said, it hurts my heart beyond repair to watch these cases. These kids deserve so much better. And yeah, if they're living in a shit shack, Jack and Lily and Meadow, absolutely, they deserve to be taken away and given to the family member, somebody that's truly going to care for them and raise them properly. Sorry, just venting at the moment. It's just, I get, my heart gets broken whenever I see stuff like that, and so if we learn that the house is just a shit on the inside, and then they're like, and then what, everyone's sleeping at freaking 10 o'clock. What happened to 8 o'clock? And by the way, what happened at 8 o'clock? According to the dispatch radio, it's 8 o'clock. According to Belinda's post from Malaya, it was 8:30 that the kids were in the bedroom. Did they just simply pass out? And then honestly tried to just cover up because they were just neglectful and something maybe did happen to them because they were neglectful. And that's why Daniel's searching so hard. I don't know. I got to think about this. Either way, children deserve so much better. And I can't even believe it. I can't even believe it, you guys, that we're almost at a month. We're literally, 4 days shy of a month?
Dude,
for these
4 weeks is 2 days.
Yeah.
Week 4 is 2 days. And I've seen plenty of people who have, financial issues. They're struggling financially, and they live in a rundown, trailer or whatever, but they still make it clean and livable for their kids. Doesn't cost any money to put garbage where garbage goes.
I keep thinking about what Belinda said, that so when Malaya was with her son in their relationship, she said it was almost like a gift being dropped from heaven, pretty much. That, like basically, just a great mother, right? And when she got with Daniel, and again, kind of pushed the family away, and then they didn't even know, like Belinda had no clue where they even lived. And they only learned about it, as Daphne said, by the news, by sharing, right? By the shares. They had no clue they lived in this shit shack of a freaking trailer, at all. So I'm sure it was a super shock to them. Absolutely. So here, when Malaya's with her son, everything seemed to be great, great mother to her children. And then she said, of course, after Meadow was born, then, according to Daniel, that she was in a worsened postpartum. But then all of a sudden this lifestyle happens. I mean, the guy works 1 day a week, and then but thing was, so I remember asked Belinda about welfare. And then she said that at the time she was at one point, but she didn't know, like being with Daniel. Chances are, it wouldn't shock me. She's definitely getting some support of welfare. It would be my guess. Don't you think? Absolutely. Come on now.
Welfare, or I don't know how First Nations handles that, or if she was a member of First Nations, her mom was. So it's possible that but she doesn't live on the reservation. So again, I don't know how that works, but even if he was working 1 day a week, and even if social services knew that she was in that relationship, they would still be subsidized by social services. You know what I mean? She wouldn't have to lie about being with Daniel in order to get subsidy for 3 children. They would still get a top up they would have to report his income. But do you know what I'm saying? I know the other day we were speculating that maybe CPS didn't know, she was hiding the fact that she had a boyfriend who had a job. But again, if he was only working 1 day a week, that's not a lot of money. And welfare doesn't give you a whole lot of money, but all they would have to do is report his income, and they take that amount off of what their social assistance entitlement would be. So I'm just trying to, I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to, let's try to stop speculating about the worst possible thing that could have happened. These parents did something terrible to the kids, and let's look at all the possibilities that include maybe these guys are telling the truth, and Daniel is, in their mind, Daniel is to blame because he should have been the one watching him, and that's why he's so determined. Like one of the news articles, I'm not sure if you played it yet or not, but they said, the media said that he's still out every single day looking over areas that have already been searched. He's still doing that day after day. So, Joe Neal, I don't know where you live, and I don't live in Nova Scotia either, but I know where I work, there are a lot of people that come to Alberta to work, and then they take, because there's not enough work in Nova Scotia, and the jobs that are in Nova Scotia, generally speaking, aren't full-time, number one, and number two, they don't pay enough to support an entire family. So they're having to leave the province for a certain amount of months so they can get enough hours to collect unemployment benefit, whatever you guys call it in the States, whatever. So, like, I'm not sure where you live, but I know my friends a lot of them who live in Nova Scotia, they'll come out to Alberta and they'll stay for months at a time, and they'll work their butts off and they'll earn money, and they'll collect their hours so that they can qualify for EI, so that they can go home and be with their families. In fact, one happy ending story to something like that, there was a man I worked with for years and years, and every year he'd come out for 6 months. He was away from his family. For 6 months, he'd stay in Alberta, and he would work 12, 14 hours a day. And he did that for years, like a decade. And one day in Fox Creek, he decided to buy a lottery ticket. The man won $1 million. $1 million. So he was able to go home, and now all of a sudden, things have changed. He still comes to Alberta to help us out because he's a really good worker. He's good at what he does. He'll come for, a couple of weeks at a time, but now he's no longer required to come out and be away from his family for that one. But I'm just saying, East Coast doesn't have all of, the full-time jobs and really good paying jobs that would be able to support 4 or 5 mouths, especially working 1 day a week. I mean, come on. A family in Nevada who gets over $1,000 a month. So in Canada, just having kids alone, I'm trying to think what my daughter, she doesn't get it anymore because her husband makes too much, but there's a child tax benefit that mothers get. There's obviously a cap if you get, if you make a certain amount of money, you don't get this, but the government gives you X amount of dollars for every kid that you have. And then that doesn't go towards your welfare, your social assistance. And I don't like using the word entitlement, but I can't think of the proper word right now. But what you would qualify for social assistance in a province like Nova Scotia, where it's not as easy to find gainful employment as it is super hard to get on welfare in Alberta, for instance, because there are so many jobs, and the jobs that we get are usually decent paying. If you're in the oil and gas industry or the energy sector in the West, in Alberta, it's really, really difficult to prove to social assistance that you can't find a job. Okay. But on the East Coast, Newfoundland, PEI, Nova Scotia, even New Brunswick, those jobs are few and far between. It's not hard to prove that they can't find a good full-time job enough to support their family. It's unfortunate, but Kent, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but everybody that I deal with that is from the East Coast, they kind of tell me the same thing, that there's just not that many jobs there to be had. So it's not hard to get on welfare. And then the government gives you the child tax benefit. So, and then who knows also if the biological dad had to pay child support. That's another thing in Canada that's usually legally required, as long as the single parent goes to maintenance enforcement to, I guess, get a court order to get child support. I mean, do you know what I mean? That's just, I don't know if it's the same in the United States or wherever you guys are from, but that's kind of the long and short of it in Canada. And yeah.
Charmaine, let's quickly. Heard you had to go to the washroom. I was just like, yeah, I can't wait anymore. Sorry.
Yeah, I was kind of on a little bit of about welfare and stuff.
Well, the bottom line is we don't know their full life, etc. Right? On there, we don't. And like Charmaine said, bottom line is with this case, we don't know what truly happened to Jack and Lily. Everything is just our opinions, but you want to look at everything. Again, Belinda was able to give us a lot of information, in a sense, but a lot of that information is coming from Daniel, Malaya, right? So, is it coming from family? But is it true? Maybe, maybe not, right? But at the end of the day, there's a lot of questions that if you guys haven't watched those 2 lives yesterday, all you need to go do is where I go to the screenshot part, and you guys can watch that part only of the lives and see what was said, screenshot to your little heart's content on there. And you'll see that some of these questions, like about why Daniel knew about the clothes and stuff like that. whereas again, that's coming from not so far. Belinda, just to your comment that you just sent me right now, as far as I know, the answer was no. And she'll know what I'm talking about. But I was gonna say, so again, you just take all the information, and that's the part of this, right? That's why, again, when stuff is coming from family members, you take all of it, put it together, and draw a conclusion to whatever your conclusion might be, right? But I like to look at everything. And does it mean my head doesn't spin around like your guys' does? Absolutely. It spins around with Sebastian Rogers' case, but I pray for these babies. I pray that these children are alive. Is it likely at this point? Probably not, and I hate saying that, I do. But come on. I mean, usually the outcome is not good, And then you have those rare cases like Elizabeth Smart, My gut tells me that something happened to these beautiful babies. But we don't know the answer. So I'll try to always remain hopeful first, even if my gut's saying something different with these poor babies. Sorry, these cases just really piss me off to sit here and cover them, but we cover them because they happen, And again, so grateful to Belinda. She's watching right now,
Yes.
So sorry.
I spent some time on different streams today because it's really frustrating knowing that Belinda has decided to speak out, and she decided that this channel was the place that she wanted to do it, and this is how she wanted to do it. She doesn't want to be on camera, and respect to Sunny for being that person who makes her feel comfortable and safe enough to do that. So we've got this information, and we're trying to put it out respectfully and get the word out and try to clear some of these false rumors and whatnot. And I'm in other streams just reading and watching and listening to what's going on, and it's like nobody is watching this stream. Nobody is grabbing those screenshots that Sunny's posting.
Why?
Information is getting disseminated, so people are still talking about Cody Sullivan, and so I think that and people that are saying it in those chat rooms, Sunny, are getting shot down like they're crazy, and they're being asked for proof. And I mean, it's sad that
people
legit information, and you can't say that it's speculation and if she's not going to post her son's name, that it's not true. That's insanity. Like, she knows what her son's name is.
Absolutely. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, honestly. I think it's really pathetic. I mean,
it's mind-boggling. The only one that I think that is genuinely interested and trying to put out factual information, although he hasn't gotten to your channel yet and your content yet, is Clutch Them Pearls.
Justin.
He goes slowly, methodically through the information. He does what he can to try to discredit or verify certain things from what I saw today. But if anybody has a streamline to that man, let him know that Sunny talks to the biological father's mother, and she's got this information. And yes, some of it might be not true at the heart of it, but it's truly the information that Belinda is getting. And stuff like Cody Sullivan is not her son, and her son does not have a criminal record. That's not a rumor. This woman knows her son. And we shouldn't be talking about this Cody Sullivan guy because he's got nothing to do with this case.
But that's it. So at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? I find it so pathetic that they're willing to put out false bunch of bullshit instead of literally on it. Honestly, I can't even explain stupidity like this, to be honest with you, because if there's drama involved, we know where the people are going. They love drama. There's no stopping that. But you know what? The only thing, I mean, as crazy as it is, and it's so pathetic that they still want to keep going on about Daphne's post and if she's, was a real person or not. And, all because Deception Detective decides to put out something and then people start believing that, or people watch, say, Dolly Vision and see that Linda Martell, this person that Belinda's never seen before, is the picture of that. And yet here is a woman, the mother of the biological father, the bio grandmother, and those channels all of a sudden decide that I don't care about that type of information.
But I just think they don't know. And for me, and I've been saying this for the entire time that I've been with you,
Linda,
is that you creators, You creators have a responsibility. You have a responsibility, especially the larger channels with these huge followings. Their followers believe what you guys put out there. And if you're saying something and you're not saying this is my opinion, this is a legend, and not just a disclaimer at the beginning of the live stream and then go off on your bullshit the entire time, your watchers, your followers believe what you say, and they take that information and they spread it. So the bigger the channel, the bigger the responsibility. And it irks me to no end when I see these huge channels. They should know, because it's common knowledge. Some of these things that they're spouting off, they should know that they need to verify those facts. You're saying, look, this is just in my opinion, but this is what I heard. But they don't do that. They just run their mouths on the same regurgitated bullshit that the last channel was regurgitating.
Yeah.
As fact. They're putting it out there as fact.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not going to stop, and it's not going to change. I know it is, bottom line. We can just do our part, and people that come across this channel know that it's a no bullshit channel. We're not here to for people that are new here, okay? Me and Charmaine, we are Canadian. We're covering this case. We're on the West Coast. It's on the East Coast. We cover a lot of true crime. A lot of what we cover is in the United States, sometimes over on the opposite end of on the pond there, across the way, and stuff like that. Charmaine, we both know that this channel never gets the recognition it deserves in the algorithm. And for part of that, I blame YouTube, to be honest with you. For whatever reason, it just doesn't get out there. A channel can have 500 views. Now, in saying that, has this channel been getting a bunch of views to normal? Right. People, I must be boring to some people somehow, because, again, people love drama. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't play for dollars. I don't play. Like when I say that, I mean, I don't make fake ass thumbnails saying breaking news, new info, blah, 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 to create that type of clickbait type thumbnail. Sorry, we just don't play those games. The thumbnails, the titles are authentic. And if there is breaking news in a sense, and it's good, relevant, I think on one of them I put breaking news on there because it was. I mean, to literally have the bio grandmother talking, and that information is not out there. But whatever, we don't play those games, okay? You want to come for facts and talk and speculate and talk about the cases, then come here. If that's not what you're into, then that's your choice. Simple as that. But I just find it in my heart of hearts disgusting how this stupid game of YouTube works and how people work and stuff like that. But we'll just stay authentic to ourselves. And again, I'm grateful that Belinda absolutely came here because she saw genuineness, in who we are as a channel and what we do. So grateful for that. And for anyone that's smart, they'll pay attention to her answers that we've done on the last 2 lives. Why? Because she's family. She's literally the biological grandmother. Even if she hasn't seen the children in 2 years, right? These are her grandbabies. She's talked with Daniel. Malaya was the one that sent her that posting about the 8:30 in the bedroom thing and stuff like that. Bottom line is it's family. And that's the one information that most channels only dream to have, in a sense, is when the families are talking, because those are the people that you want talking, right? And it makes a huge difference when families talking, and to the family members, when they're speaking, again, it drives in people to follow the case, because people do love to hear families talking. Even if those other channels could give two shits about Belinda's coverage, in a sense, or are so dense that they, don't even acknowledge it, but yet they know about it and they just want to play their own games on their channel, so be it. Is what it is.
And
Anyways,
to everybody that's
I'll
in
drop
those
that.
chat rooms,
I'll drop
everybody
that
that's
because
in those chat rooms and they're getting, attacked and stuff for
It
trying to
sucks.
get this information out there. Like, I personally thank you for putting up with that, because I know it can be difficult. But I mean, if you can put up with it, keep sharing the right information, and
that's all we want. It's all we
somebody
want.
will hear it. Somebody will hear it. Somebody that can make the change will hear it eventually.
It's for Jack and Lily. Okay, this particular live, it's for Jack and Lily. There's no selfish gain here. There's nothing. It's children before money, before clickbait, before bullshit, and that's all I can say. And like I said, I like the truth. That's all I like. And honestly, I take pride in trying to dig for the truth so that I could give it to the people, thinking that I'm doing my part, so that other people that can't get that information or don't know how to get that information, that here's the facts of the case. Just like Sebastian Rogers didn't give you any fluff in the facts of the timeline. Here's what the parent said. Here's exactly what Elise said, and all that. You always want just to have that timeline of that event, and then talk about it, discuss it, look at all that stuff. But at least get the facts of the case out there. So, which I feel like I'm always trying to do, so that you guys can go, okay, look, so I guess now we learned that Malaya had worse than postpartum depression. Now we know that, not to say now we know, but now from Belinda, we know that, it was said that Daniel and his cousin or whatever it was, on 4 days after they went missing or something like that, kind of went through the bedroom to see what clothes were missing and stuff like that. Just those different things. Whether you believe those tidbits or not, again, it's what Belinda, the grandmother, is being told from Daniel or Malaya. Yeah. So to me, those are the tidbits you want. That way you can go and look at this case and go, oh, okay, so does this make sense now? Or does it not make sense? Because now we know, because of the news, right? Fact, we know of the news, that there is no Tuesday, Thursday of Jack and Lily missing. It's from Thursday onwards to Friday. That's fact.
Yeah.
So it's just, my way is always to be just genuine, honest, and sincere. And all I ever want to do is do my homework myself, and or off others if they have some information that's factual that I don't know about, and give it to you guys and say, here you go. Trying to always, meaning I try to do the right thing for the right reasons. And that's where I have a hard time with people that do what they do the wrong reasons to feed their pocketbooks versus truly caring about cases or human beings. And they get so wrapped up in the donations and what they can do on a thumbnail to drive more viewers, to build their channel. And what you're doing for them, of course, these people, you're buying them cars, you're paying their rent, you're doing all these things. I'm not even close to freaking just even making money off my just my typical bills that I pay for my programs that I have and stuff like that. But I'm not sitting here begging anybody for money. Don't do that.
But I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with people that make money. I mean, some people have this as their career. That's perfectly fine, but they need to work a little bit harder to get factual information out there, or their live stream needs to be about speculation, opinions, and not selling things as factual information unless it is indeed factual.
Okay. I was gonna say, you know what? That's a long enough vent on that crap. Whatever. My heart is pure. It will always be that way. Either you like this channel or you don't. Not gonna force anybody to watch it. If you do, I appreciate it. Totally do. Why? Because it can bring awareness. That's all we want is just facts. Care about these cases. Share it. Hit the like button. Get it into the algorithm. Do it. Don't do it for this channel. Like I said, do it for the family members that of the cases. Do it for Seth Rogers. You do it for Belinda, you know, and her family and other people that care. Do it for them, right? Because they're the ones that are hurting. They're the ones that are in pain, right? I'm in pain that I even have to cover these. That's where my pain is, but my pain is not even close to what they're going through. Absolutely. But Tremaine, I want to get back on topic here. So do you want me to play Malaya's interview again as we were talking about postpartum and to look at the interview maybe perhaps in a different light? Is that what you wanted me to do earlier?
Yeah, and I wanted to ask people to, you don't have to change your opinion or be less suspicious of it or anything like that.
Absolutely not.
Let's just, if you can, if you're able to, just try to watch it with the belief that she's got depression, postpartum depression, brain fog, the rest of what we've learned over the past couple of days. Look at it in that light and try not to have suspicion and just see if it changes your perspective at all. And I'm genuinely just curious if I'm the only one out there who's a sucker, basically.
I know, I don't even think of it as that, Tremaine. Just let me bring it up front. What I think of it as is that we didn't know this information really. People have guessed and people have said different things. Yes, correct. But we didn't know it. So when you do hear this new information about, say, Malaya, right, that you didn't have before, you have to go back and watch it and try to think that if you were literally in a state of the depression, and we have never experienced, like I'm sure people in chat have postpartum depression, but Daniel was saying to Belinda that it was way worse than that even. Now, not that Daniel knows what postpartum, but he obviously knows because he's living with Malaya, or was at the time, right? So he knows just how depressed or whatever, disconnected she was. So you have to, so look at her emotions in that light, perhaps, instead of just maybe like, oh yeah, this is, yeah, right? Doesn't mean you don't have to. It just means try to look at it that way with this new information. So we'll play it.
Just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep, and they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them, and they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens, and they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time, and the next thing we knew, it was quiet, and we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued. Not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
Okay. Just before I get back into that, Four Seasons, I don't know that you've ever heard me right on this. This channel absolutely wants people to talk about this case. What we're saying was, right, just don't put out things as facts and stuff like that. And if you have incorrect information, correct it. And don't do things for the sake of a pocketbook. Do it for the sake because you truly care. Either way, a channel's going to do what they want to do. So no, there's not even one thing that I've said where I would say, you know, that you don't want people. Even the shit channels that cover it, in a sense, it's bringing attention to the case. That's the bottom line. That's what a family wants. But just that obviously false information just adds bullshit to the case. And then people get confused because they're believing in these bigger channels that can spread stuff, and people start believing them. And then they'll come over here and act like I'm talking bullshit. And so it has nothing to do, like I said, I want as far as many people to cover cases as they can, share Jack and Lily's story, which we know is national anyway. So I've never, ever said for less channels to cover cases. It's just about putting the facts out there. And if you're going to talk about rumors, make sure that everyone knows that they're just rumors, but don't put it out as fact. So we know for a fact that Cody Lee Sullivan is factually not Belinda's son. And that's wrong information. Her son has not been arrested. We know that for a fact. We know that for a fact that Dolly put out a picture of some lady that is now all over a video that is factually not Daniel's mom. We know for a fact that Daphne Ann Sullivan is the great aunt of Jack and Lily. That is fact. Deception detective said that he didn't believe in it. Now, don't get me wrong. The point is, you deemed it as that you called bullshit, right? He has a ton of viewers, so put out the facts now, right? Put out the facts. That's all it is that if you make a mistake and something is truthful and you know it's from family and stuff like that, then just correct yourselves, put out the facts. There's always going to be drama and all that stuff. Anyways, back to this. So again, did anyone at all, okay, if you know that, say, Malaya has this really bad postpartum depression, which is very real for any man out there that ever thinks it's not or tries to minimize it. Again, just go look how many cases where mothers take their children's lives because they totally disconnect from their children, you know. And apparently after Meadow was born, right, according to Daniel, who told Belinda, right, again, whether that's truthful or not, again, it's still coming from family member, the bio grandmother, from Daniel, okay? And she's not going to sit there and feed a bunch of bullshit. These are her grandbabies. She wants to know the truth, just like anybody else in the family that really, you know, doesn't know what happened to Jack and Lily, right? Anyways, so from that perspective of looking at it, did anybody else think of it a little bit differently?
I said I still have the same concerns. Like it didn't completely turn off all of my suspicions. It didn't. But I'm
No.
just saying, it kind of opened my mind a little bit to the
Yes.
possibility that she's literally being slapped into reality. Like, this is really happening, and I have no idea where my kids were. And quite frankly, if she has been that absent for that long, she might not even know where her kids were for the last week before this happened. And she
Or
could
not.
just be stepping out of the fog and into the cameras and thinking, what is going on? And probably, I don't know, but potentially still thinking, like, why wasn't Daniel watching my kids? Why? Like, who else is to blame for this? Because it's not me. I've been busy being depressed. You know what I mean? But it just helped me kind of open my mind a little bit as to why this is so weird. You know,
Yeah.
it's just so odd.
Yeah. Yeah. And just to say, yes, Dolly put up a $5,000 reward, up to $5,000 rewards. Good on him. That's what he wants to do on his channel. Rewards, honestly, rewards don't do shit most of the time. We have cases out there, Delphi, Sebastian Rogers. What's Sebastian's at? Like, is it 275 plus 50,000? It's over like 325,000.
325,000.
At the end of the day, that's why Crime Stoppers doesn't do it here. Because why? Again, for the most part, they're pointless. And they draw in these fucktards that want to try to act like they had something to do with the case, or know somebody to try to get that 5,000. Most of those people are crackheads and whatever. So what's in saying that? So great. Absolutely. You know, the channel wants to put up a reward. You know, like I said, great. But do rewards really do anything? Do they ever really get paid out? Because why? Because, like I said, they're kind of, in a sense, pointless. They usually draw out the wrong people that you want putting in tips and stuff like that. Do you really need to get paid? But, I mean, I get that they put stuff out there. But, again, we see all these cases all the time. Big rewards, no answers. You know, because people aren't going to usually think out their family, in a sense, most times. But it's because maybe nobody has answers for some of them too. But like I said, you got some big cases with big numbers going on. Have they claimed their reward? Has anyone claimed those rewards? So it's one of those things that, hey, if somebody calls into Dolly's channel and something ever leads to something to do with, you know, because Dolly does have people that call from Nova Scotia, you know, and call them and whatever. But again, unless that information leads to an arrest or the whereabouts of those children, you know, type of thing, that's the way a reward will get paid out. But does it really happen? You know. But if somebody does happen to know something, obviously, then that person's $5,000 richer, up to $5,000 richer. Got to word that correctly. It's like having a sale. Up to 50% off. Up to. It might be better to reach out to him yourself, since you have the... I don't got to reach out to nobody. No. It's like me reaching out to the deception detective. I don't have the need to. I put a posting
I've tried.
on it.
I feel like if you're not going to give a super chat, or if you're not going to, you know, be a constant commenter on their streams and stuff, they just kind of ignore you. And I don't have time in my life to be, or the money to be paying people to pay attention to what I have to say. And then even if I did say, we have this information, are they really going to go and watch It's a Criming Shame and all of the live streams that we've done to get the right information? I think they're just going to slough it off. And I don't know, maybe they won't, but you guys are in their chats. You guys are in their chats and trying to give the right information, and a lot of times being attacked. So, I mean, it's not hard to feel defeated when a lot of them are trying. And at the end of the day, people are talking about this case. Some of them want clicks and views and make more money. They do. But at the end of the day, they're still talking about the case. So it's a good thing.
Well,
in that way.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, at least he's trying. I mean, like, I'm not here to knock Dolly. I've watched Dolly plenty of times. You know, he's kind of one of those people that, you know, sometimes he just is really sarcastic and funny and, you know, and other times he talks out of his ass, you know. But does he care? Do I feel like he cares? Yeah, but I feel like, honestly, his channel became a lot more about donations and building the channel. But that's his right at the end of the day. Is it my way?
He's also the creator that if he's able to, he goes out there. He helps search and stuff. Like, I do respect the man. I really do. But I wish that they would. I don't know. Is it hard to find if you're actually doing a search? Is it hard to find a thumbnail that's on YouTube that says, you know, family speaks, or are they just seeing it and saying bullshit and moving on? Like, I don't understand how they're not seeing this stuff. I don't understand how it's being missed at this point.
It's in the algorithm. Yeah. I mean, it's in the algorithm, you know. But anyways, honestly, Charmaine, it is, like I said, it is what it is. We just control what we do here. And we just always will hope that people will put out the best factual information that they can and do it for the right reasons. We can just only hope that. Whether that happens or not is, you know, is impossible, to be honest with you. But it is what it is, you know. I don't kiss anybody's ass. I don't try to smooch up to anybody's ass, type of thing. I already know how it works behind YouTube and how people are. And some people are really good and other people don't even give a fuck if you email them or not. You know, like, they literally don't care. I guess they're bigger than their own channel, to be honest with you. So behind the scenes, and when you're a creator, you kind of know the bullshit that goes on. And I just don't play these type of games. You know, I just want to cover cases. I want to do it with, like I said, with the purest intentions. And that's just the way that this channel will work personally. But
a little bit of integrity goes a long way.
You just want the facts. You just want the facts out there properly. That's all. That's it. So if you know that you've done, like, or got incorrect information, then say it, right? That this wasn't. And just like Belinda, she said, you know what? It wasn't the 11th. It was the 18th for the last time when she talked to Daniel. Right, exactly. So I correct it. So if that comes out in an article, and then all of a sudden here it's the 11th, but that's hence a correction. Somebody doesn't happen to hear that correction, can't do anything about that. But as long as we know we put a correction to that. Why am I oh yeah, here. I want to play this one again. I want to play this video again. Okay.
A week ago, the road behind me was still swarming with search and rescue personnel as RCMP resumed their ground search for 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, who first went missing 3 weeks ago in Lansdowne Station. Now, this has been a story that has dominated headlines across the country and beyond as people speculate and wonder about what could have happened to these two missing children. Now, just because the road is deserted doesn't mean RCMP are finished with their investigation. In fact, they just put out a statement Wednesday calling on the public for more footage.
Investigators are now asking anyone who has dash cam footage or video along Gairloch Road between noon on April 28th and noon on May 2nd to contact Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit.
They add RCMP are committed to exploring all possibilities in the case and have formally interviewed more than 50 people, with more interviews planned in the coming days. The children's stepfather, Daniel Martell, says he has been interviewed extensively since Lily and Jack were first reported missing.
You mentioned last time we chatted that you'd offered to do a polygraph test.
That is correct.
Has that already happened?
That has happened.
Right. And did you get results from that yet?
I do have results, and I don't know if I can share those results, but they were good in my favor, we'll say that.
Martell says he is glad the police have put out the additional call for footage and is again asking anyone with information to come forward. Despite not having had contact with the children's mother, Malaya, since May 3rd when she left the search area, he says an RCMP liaison has been assigned to keep them both informed as the investigation progresses.
Trust the RCMP word, and I mean, you don't have to trust my word, but I'm the only one doing media for Jack and Lily, trying to keep the story alive and get them found.
According to RCMP, any future searches will be determined based on the course of the investigation. They say they've covered a 5.5 kilometer search area and received 355 tips so far in the search for Lily and Jack Sullivan. Ella MacDonald, Global News, Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to play that one again, rehear it again. You know, like I said, Daniel on a flip-flop, but I'm probably more towards him being genuine than not, to be honest with you with this. But I really have to absorb all the information again today, and from what Belinda has said, and just really absorb everything, just to revisit it, you know, like the different things that we've heard through the interviews, how he's speaking, how she's speaking, what's been said, blah, 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 blah. You know, this new timeline. In a sense, it's not actually, I mean, the thing was they said that they disappeared on Friday, but they can only be accounted for on Thursday, which was said. I mean, on Belinda's post there. So let me just actually, do I have that handy?
Well, they've essentially narrowed down the timeline for the masses to stop speculating about maybe something happened Tuesday or Wednesday or were the kids at school the rest of the week. None of that matters. They were seen with family on Thursday afternoon on camera. And another thing I would just like to point out to everybody that, you know, because who knows if Daniel really passed his lie detector test or however he put that. I'm not going to get into it. But here's the fact that we can all probably agree upon, that if he took the test and lied about passing it, number one, or if he never took a test and now he's on the news telling the masses that he took the test and it was favorable to him, the result was favorable to him, you'd be silly to think the RCMP are not going to see that, and they would be on that like white on rice. I'm just saying. So I don't think that she would come out and lie about that, which is why I think that he's being genuine about taking the polygraph test and it being a positive result for him, or however he put that. That's my opinion.
Yeah, 1 second. 1 second. Just wanted to type a message. Okay, so the kid, so again, this Malaya is the one that sent this to Belinda. Okay, Belinda has said this. The kids were last seen Thursday night when they went to their bed. Okay, now we know that obviously that's coming from them, but we do know now that the kids were last seen Thursday in the public, and that can be verified. They were heard playing in their room around 8:30 a.m. Friday morning. Mom and stepdad fell back asleep and woke up to silence. They couldn't find the kids and called 911 around 9:40. Search dogs couldn't find scent past the driveway, right? So obviously these would be Belinda's words of what she was told. Okay. So 8:30. I mean, don't get me wrong, Shamin, because obviously we heard on dispatch 8 o'clock, and 8:30 is not out of the realm really to say 8:30 a.m. right? Because maybe that's the way it was said. Of course, it was coming from Malaya, but then again, maybe a little bit later or whatever, or earlier on that one. So just 1 second on there. Just 1 second here. Belinda sent me some beautiful pictures. Belinda, those private pictures, or do you want me to share those pictures? Or are they private? Hello from Hello, Belgium. Hello, Mom and Dad. Here is just much. Well, that's just it, right, little mama? Is there is a lot of information. And myself, I just go through it and sift it and then just try to make sense of what possibly could have happened to the children. That's as far as we can get, really. But the more information you have, the more factual information you have, the more that you can start looking at it maybe from a different perspective now. Because again, timeline wise, about the Thursday, obviously, no party, guys. No party. That happened on Wednesday night. Doesn't seem probably to be a party that happened on Thursday night either. So then, if that's the case, then they would have to call bullshit on that neighbor, right? The one that said what but she said that she couldn't remember what it was. Maybe there was a party, maybe there was some friends over or family over on one of the days, but it had absolutely nothing to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance. Let me just ask her. Oops, I have them open. That one is so cute, Belinda. Oh my goodness. Okay, so just answer me if these are just private pictures, or are you sending me these pictures for the tribute video? Are you sending me these pictures so that I can show them? Just let me know, please, in your message on there. You know what? She's usually behind, I think, on the lives. I think she might be. One sec. You guys, there's some gorgeous pictures here. Just asking her. Okay. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I want Charmaine. I'm just gonna pull this up. Hold on a second. Present. Share. Oh, I think she says I can share them. Hold on. Charmaine, do you just want to go over this really quick? Just vaguely. It's Donna Serafina's posting.
So, Kent, you can help me out here, but I believe, I can't remember if it was Kent or Valerie. Anyway, somebody said there was no power lines or wires in the area, but we were talking about an abandoned theme park towards the end of the road that the family lived on that had a fairy tale section to it, something like that. You guys correct me. Anyways, so that psychic Donna Serafina, she was sent this information by a local, and this is apparently what she saw in her vision. So I haven't looked too hard at this. Honestly, I had kind of a crazy day. Oh, maybe it was Rena that sent Magic Valley. Yeah. Anyways, it's very
No
close.
problem.
Not very close, but sort of close to the family's home. Were you going to say something?
Belinda's sharing with me a bunch of pictures, guys. These have not been seen before. Let's see here.
So anyways, that's what this
think I
picture
got
is.
all of them.
I personally don't know the meaning of the purpose. She's just wanting somebody to go and search around these types of towers, possibly towards that. What did we decide it was? An abandoned reservoir or whatever. And then also something about that Magic Valley, the abandoned. Those are just things that this psychic saw. So
yeah, that's there. Yeah. Okay, stop. Okay, you guys, Belinda sent me a bunch of gorgeous pictures. Some of them including Malaya, some of them including herself, Belinda, with the grandbabies, Jack and Lily. Seriously, I actually want to cry because these are the children that are missing, and here we're going to be looking at some pictures on these. Shoot. Okay. This one, I have to show this one first because it's actually no. I'll that would be selfish if I showed the one that I is so cute first. Let's show you this picture first. Shit, I'm crying. Okay, so that's Belinda, and of course that's Jack and Lily. Shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta control myself. It's hard. It's hard when you look at these beautiful babies and they're nowhere to be found. Look at them. Oh my goodness. Shit. Okay, hold on. Gain control, gain composure. It's just really hard. Kids, like I've never seen these pictures. She's just sharing them now. So thank you, Belinda, so much for sharing these pictures. Okay, so there's that one. And okay, now I'm gonna go to the one that just caught me and grabbed me right away. You guys, okay? Need tissues or whatever? But where is it? Look at this. Look at this. Look at her. Just look at her. Sitting in that little box. On there. Oh. Okay. Image file. I gotta kind of go back. Okay, so I did that one, and that one. And I'll pull up this one next. So again, that's the biological grandma, Belinda. And that's little Lily. On there. One sec. Move. Remove. 1 second. Thank you so much for Belinda for sharing these. Again, keep their names out there. Jack and Lily, show their faces. Okay, we'll go to this one next. On there. Of course, that's little Lily with grandma. There's the good old wooden kid gate. On there. I know. You guys. Okay. I mean, Charmaine, she has her grandbaby. She just loves them to pieces on there. So it's
imagine what she's going through. Honestly, it's
okay. So remember, Belinda said that when her and her son, Belinda's son, which is the father of Jack and Lily, she said it was like a gift that she was born to be a mother. So you could see that in Malaya's pictures that she put up, even though there's a gap there for the most part between 2023 and 2024. And I'm not sure why that is, but so that's Malaya, and little Jack. So, okay. Remove from studio. I just gotta make room here, guys. Okay, present. Gotta find another one. And she sent quite a few, actually. Let me see here. Okay, so we'll go to this one now. Little Jack and Lily. Image file. Ready? It's gonna break your little heart. There, look at them. With their little Canada shirts.
what beautiful little kids.
Honestly. Who would ever want to hurt these children? What a great picture. That's a great picture. I love that picture. I'm going to use that picture. What a great picture. Thank you so much, Belinda, for sharing these. Aw, so that's obviously Lily with over her little brother, Jack. Hmm. Hi, Christy. Okay, hold on. I got to take down these ones. Can't even talk. I hate this. I love it and I hate it. I love it because it's just more pictures of Jack and Lily, but you guys know what I mean. You guys know exactly what I mean, so I don't got to explain it. What's this? And I think this is the last one. Is this one? Little Jack. On that one. Hold on. So I'm gonna put that one back up. Just give me a sec, Charmaine, please. You guys said, yeah.
Sorry, guys. My dog just got home covered in mud. I'm not impressed. Those pictures are spectacular. Thank you, Belinda, for sharing. I have been keeping up with chat, but I don't know that we know that anybody walked them to the end of the driveway normally to catch the bus. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they went themselves, maybe under supervision, but if it's just to the end of the driveway, it's possible that they normally walk to the end of the driveway themselves to catch that bus. That'd be a question for the bus driver. I saw somebody ask about the bus driver. I am very confident, almost positive, that the RCMP would have talked to him almost immediately. And as for Donna Serafina stuff, I don't know enough about it. I did watch and I did send Aphrodite's tarot reading to Sunny. And I explained to her that he is usually relatively accurate, though he doesn't do true crime very much. He's more of a pop culture.
Did you do one on this case?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Today?
Yeah.
Anchovite. I always get his name mixed up.
Aphrodite.
Oh, I'm gonna have to watch that. I always watch him.
He basically came out and said this is like the hardest reading that he's ever done. He wasn't able to get anything about what happened to them, but he firmly believes that they had a game that they would play where they would go and run out, and that if something nefarious happened to them, it happened after they went to their hidey hole, he called it, and he just wasn't getting anything really clear other than he felt like this is just something that they did normally, but this time it went wrong somehow. So it was good, but
How long was it?
like 16 minutes, not very long.
Do you want me to play it? I'll play it.
Sure.
Can you repost it back to the start of my messenger? Or maybe I can just go to his channel.
Yeah, you can do that, or I can resend it to you. It's right.
Just resend it if you could, Charmaine. Okay, so Aphrodite, he's a card reader. And he's actually one of the people that I really like to watch. And, when he's covering cases, I really actually enjoy him. So I'm actually excited to listen to this. If this is not your cup of tea at all, then thank you for watching. Again, stay blessed. Hit that like and the share for the children. Again, thank you to Belinda for sharing these pictures. I can't hide my emotions if my life depended on it. This was hard. This is absolutely hard, and you guys feel it through the screen as well. That when you look at these children, and it's been almost a month, look at them, just right. And this is again what Belinda was saying, that Malaya, it was like a gift, like that was her gift. It was just being a great mom, right? So what happened after having Meadow and being with Daniel, right? Postpartum.
I mean, that doesn't mean that she did anything. That doesn't mean that she physically harmed her children, or that she actually physically caused this to happen. But postpartum depression takes you away from your normal self and turns you into somebody that your old self doesn't even recognize anymore.
Right. I was going to say, so it's not that for sure Malaya did anything. This is simply to do with the fact of the pictures that Belinda sent, which is the biological grandmother, in case anyone never hears that already. Okay. She hasn't seen the children in 2 years, pretty much. Right. Malaya said that she was going to bring them over soon, but now the kids have disappeared. But it just that it puts it in more perspective. So here you have these beautiful pictures, and I think that anyone can tell that these children were loved. But then, not to take away from Malaya, but again, postpartum depression after having a child is a real thing. So like what Daniel told Belinda was that Malaya has worse than postpartum depression, and that basically disconnected from Lily and Jack, and he felt like he was the one that was basically holding down the fort, right? Hence why, perhaps that's why he's out there searching so hard, because he's being that man perhaps and doing what he's supposed to be doing, holding down,
feeling more responsible because he was the main caregiver for however long it's been. Listen, Sonny, if you're gonna play, I resent you that video. I gotta go feed my dog. So
we'll do that. We'll do
I'll
that.
be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Hello. 1 second, guys. Let me just get up his just gotta do one thing. Gotta grab his channel on this one. You know what? I mean, I didn't realize he had done one. So I'm so glad that actually I get to watch this because I really like this guy. Okay, hold on. Let me share it. You guys, whoever, keep their faces out there. Jack and Lily's, right? You know, take these pictures, you know, put them to some sort of share or something like that you can do, you know, to keep the awareness out there, right? Just keep spreading it, you guys, or any of the pictures that we're showing. You guys can just go back in the live and screenshot them. Okay, so share. Okay, so Aphrodite. Okay, like I said, I love this guy. You know, I can't. If you don't want to watch this stuff, don't. But I'm playing him, and let's see what he does say.
Culture Psychic, back to you again with another true crime reading. This time we are going to do the 2 missing Nova Scotia children. I just learned about this case from your comments and about like an hour ago, and I figured I need to maybe see if I can help. My intention here is to help.
It's Aphrodite.
I've done a lot of true crime, and I think this is going to be the most difficult one I've done yet. So a little nervous, but we'll see what I get. So if you're unfamiliar with the case, Lily and Jack Sullivan were 6 and 4, and they're from Nova Scotia, and they went missing, I believe, May 2nd or 3rd, and it is now May 27th, and there are still no signs of them. The police said that they ruled out an abduction, but a lot of people don't trust that, and some people think that the parents are involved and that there's foul play. I feel like every time there's missing kids, everyone always just assumes it's the parents. So it's probably not super shocking to hear, but that is like, I think the #1 theory that people have. So I'm going to take a look at this. Again, I think it's going to be really difficult. Probably the hardest one. I looked up 2 articles, so I think I know enough. But yeah, my intention here is to help. I feel like you guys are right when you say, like, if you have this ability, you need to at least try to see if you can maybe get some information. And you're right. I'm going to do that. So remember, these readings are all different tapers only. And let's get started. Okay. So the kids, what happened? Anyone to blame? The fact that it's 3 pentacles is kind of crazy. Okay. So why are there a bunch of money cards? Were the parents in poverty or struggling financially? I didn't want to read too much, but now I'm like, did I not read enough? Was not expecting pentacles. Okay. Well, the 10 of Pentacles is a lot of money. That's like having a lot of mouths to feed. It's like children being really expensive, right? I think they had 3, right? Because there's a baby. So I definitely feel like the family was overwhelmed with how expensive and how much was going on with the children. There's definitely a feeling of like overwhelmness. The 8 of Pentacles is about effort, and that's in the what happened. And then 6 of Pentacles is a lack of accountability. First of all, again, allegedly for neighbors only, I don't think that these kids were supervised very well. To be honest with you, it's giving latchkey kids. It's giving kind of like left to their own devices is what I'm seeing. When we look at the 8 of Pentacles, that's like a ton of effort. Again, it's like being exhausted. Like the energy I'm feeling is like exhausting. Like these children are a lot of work and I'm exhausted. There's this feeling of like burnt out. Like there's so much work. There's so much effort. There's so much going on. There's definitely a feeling of overwhelmness. It's like you have so much energy or you require so much effort. There's just this feeling of overwhelmness. That's what we're starting off as. There's another pentacle. 4 of Pentacles is like a greedy, selfish card. Like, I want my me time. Were they does anybody know if they had special care needs or anything like that? There's like this feeling of like, think of it like an endless pit of like money and effort. Like there's this feeling of like frustration. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that anyone's a bad person, but if you're getting frustrated, again, it doesn't mean this doesn't necessarily point to anybody being the problem or the parents being a problem. I think anybody who deals with a lot of children or a lot of stuff and maybe doesn't have enough money, whatever, is going to feel stuff like this. But this definitely feels like it has some sort of relevance to their disappearance. The Six of Swords is reversed. So Eight of Cups is about running away. Six of Swords to me is interesting. Six of Swords tells me, first of all, I do not believe that these kids, this is their only time going somewhere. When we look at the Six of Swords reverse, okay, and the Eight of Cups, that means that they have a habit of like disappearing for small periods of time. Think of it this way, right? Let's say that you're a parent and you're sleeping in and your kids are outside playing, whatever. They have a thing that they do all the time. Let's go to our hideout. Let's go here. Let's go there. There's definitely this feeling of these children have special places that they go. I feel like it might be a place that they go and hide, maybe from like stress or anxiety, or maybe just for fun. I can't really tell which one it is, but I definitely feel like it's like I'm seeing like a hidey hole, like lifting up something and jumping in it, or like a tree fort, or you know what I mean? Like there's this feeling of like I'm hiding. I don't know if it's like a fearful hiding or if it's a playful hiding or if they utilize it for both, but I definitely feel like there's like a hidey hole. I know I sound crazy and maybe I'm wrong and I'm open to being wrong. You know, when I channel stuff, sometimes it's hard to get the exact day. Sometimes I get information before, sometimes I get information after. So I don't know how helpful it'll be, but I definitely see a hidey hole and I can't get it out of my mind. And I know this has relevance somehow. And I feel like there are times they do disappear. I don't think the parents maybe are aware, or they didn't care, or they were busy. They thought they were just playing. There's definitely some feeling of like these two have a place they go all the time. The Six of Swords is interesting. A lot of people think that there was maybe some sort of abduction or anything like that. I'm not saying it's impossible. All I'm saying is Six of Swords would be like my travel card. So if there was some sort of abduction or something like that, it would have to be after their hidey hole experience, right? After they're running into their playful thing or whatever. That had to have happened after their escapade, because there's somewhere that they're consistently running to. I see them running somewhere. I don't know if it's running to safety or whatever, but I see them going somewhere and then coming back and going somewhere and coming back and going somewhere, coming back. And then I see this time, maybe they didn't come back. Now I'm not sure if someone is involved, although I would say the likeliness, I know that the police said that they don't think it's an abduction. I think that's probably a pretty, I mean, it's difficult to say with the Six of Swords. Like I said before, yes, it does lean towards them being correct. But like I said before, if there was an abduction, because I don't want to like point any fingers at anyone. I understand why the police feel that way, and I would be inclined to believe that as well. If there wasn't, I know a lot of you could be like, there was an abduction. If there was an abduction, okay? I'm not saying that you're 100% wrong, because obviously we never know. But if there was an abduction, it has to happen after they're like running away somewhere, because I see them going somewhere. And I see them do this all the time. It's like if you're playing tag or going somewhere. Okay, there's the Chariot. Chariot, Tower reverse, avoiding catastrophe. Chariot, Queen of Pentacles. Chariot is a car. Lover's card, Devil, Four of Swords. Dude, this further reiterates what I said, which is like them running from something. It's like going into a place of safety. It reminds me of like when you're anxiety ridden, you have a fidget spinner. Like, I don't understand this. This is what I'm feeling. I'm feeling some sort of like running and hiding. Yes, I do think it's for playfulness, but I also think it's for fearfulness. There's this like, I can't get this out of my mind. Maybe I'm picking up something different. Am I wrong? I don't, that's all I see. The Lover's card, the Devil card, and the Four of Swords. I don't believe the relationship from the parents was healthy. It definitely feels toxic, or at least in a bad place. Devil card tells me there's a lot of resentment and negativity going on. Devil card also can sometimes be substance abuse. I'm not sure if that's a part of this case. Sometimes it's there, but I definitely think these kids were maybe not purposely neglected, but I do think that their parents were overwhelmed. So I don't know if I would necessarily say that they were really supervised. If they're claiming they were consistently supervised, I don't buy it. Sorry. Not saying it was on purpose. I'm just saying that I think they were overwhelmed, and I think these kids maybe were a little bit of a handful for them. And I do think they had a habit of doing things on their own. I definitely feel latchkey vibes. I just think these kids were doing whatever they wanted. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't buy the story that they were like, I think these kids were just doing whatever the hell they wanted. I genuinely think, I think that there was some structure, but I think there was a lack of follow through. So
Fine. I gotta stop it just for a second. I love this guy. I do. He's so genuine, and he just say, Charmaine, like I know, like I said, I've watched him a ton of times. I didn't realize he did this. So when you told me he did, I was so excited, because he's a person that will, like, honestly look at a few things to do with the case, and then, but they don't never like to know too much, right? And then that's why he'll sometimes go, shit, I should have looked more at this case. Because like when he was talking at the start about poverty, he's like, why are all the money cards coming? Like, honestly, so far he's just like spot on, I feel. And so I'm stopping this to say this, you guys. And I always get it wrong. Aphrodite, like I said. Aphrodite. Yes. I don't know why I always say it wrong. I do. And it's because it's a play on the other word, right? It's yeah. And anyways, right now I'm just sitting here going, like, I know Belinda's behind in the live. And I know that when Belinda sees this, that this is going to resonate with her, I'm sure, a lot about what he's saying. Anyways, okay. This channel, it's right here, guys. Right here, okay?
He's great, you guys. I mean, you should follow him, and if nothing else, when he's not doing true crime and he's doing pop culture, it's really entertaining. It really is. It's great.
Charmaine, I'm so glad that you brought this up to me, because I literally have totally forgot to watch him, because I get so sidetracked with work and different things. And so I'm so glad. Thank you for sharing this, because I love this guy. He's one of the ones that, like I said, you want to feel a genuine personality. And I remember when he was doing Delphi and that too. And it was like, oh yes, he's doing Delphi, but anyways, okay. Let's play more. Thanks, Charmaine.
For instance, it's like, we need to do this, but they don't actually do it. So then the kids just wander off and do things. Like, I feel like these two kids were kind of just like, in my mind's eye, it's like watching two little adults. You know what movie I have in my mind? Like Harriet the Spy, or Now and Then. It's like these kids are just running off doing whatever. It's weird. I also think that there's someone, the Lover's card tells me that there's someone. Oop, I pulled from the wrong deck. I'm like, oh, that's the wrong deck. They're both next to each other. Huh. Nine of Cups, not getting what I want. World upright, Three of Swords. Yeah, I don't know. That relationship does not seem good to me between the two of them. I think I definitely see a little bit of like threatening to leave someone, threatening to take someone's stuff. If you do this, I'll take this. If you do that, I'll take that. I don't know. I don't buy that relationship was healthy. No, I don't buy that at all. I think it was really intense, really emotional, toxic. And I think that if one person didn't get their way, there was chaos. And I think those children were just kind of like, whatever. It's almost like these children were in the way. And I don't know if it was necessarily done on purpose from the parents.
Okay. Sorry, Gotta stop it there. What have we been saying about the postpartum thing and what Daniel said about Malaya? That she basically disconnected from Jack and Lily. We don't buy the fact that they weren't, right? Remember there's the tree fort with the ladder that goes up in the yard as well, you know? Just saying, because I think somebody said about, he kept saying about like some sort of hide and seek thing. So there is this like little tree fort with a ladder there on there. But we, again, Belinda telling us what Daniel said about very bad postpartum depression, disconnected from the kids. It's like she wasn't really paying attention to them anymore. Love you, Aphrodite. You're amazing. I love you, guy. Okay. Sorry, but he's just kind of like just spitting out what we've just been talking about, really, and what Belinda has said.
I don't know if they purposely were like feeling that way or if it was just like a byproduct of the chaotic environment they were in. Probably more so. I don't know if I would necessarily say I feel like it's that crazy, but there's this feeling. Yeah. And I do think that there's a bit of projection. King of Swords reverse, 10 of Cups, and 3 of Wands. I do feel like someone in the family knows something. Someone in the family knows something, or someone close to the family. Lover's card. Someone close to the family knows something. They've had an experience, or they've seen the kids do something previously, run somewhere, hide somewhere, or tell them something. Somebody in the family knows some sort of information that is valuable to this case. I can't get that out of my head either. 3 of Wands and 10 of Cups. It's like somebody who's around the family, someone who's familiar. And the King of Swords also tells me that someone appears one way when they're another. What does that mean?
What did he say?
King of Swords. Bit off more than you can chew. Judgment's reversed. So Judgment is embarrassment. Star reverse and 7 of Cups. I definitely think that the parents, I can tell you this. Whatever happened to those kids, the parents are embarrassed about it. Now, that could be as simple as like neglect, right? And then they wandered off. Or it could be something more nefarious. Again, it's going to be really difficult for me to tell. And I also want to be very sensitive and not throw accusations. I'm trying to be respectful and responsible. But what I will say is this. The 7 of Cups being reversed and the Star being reversed tells me that I don't believe that the parents knew their children as well as they should. Because I think that they were kind of left on their own devices and doing their own thing. And because I feel like they wandered a lot. I don't think this is the first time they've wandered somewhere. I don't. There is also someone that I feel like those children were attached to that weren't the parents. There's someone those children felt safer with or safe with that were not the parents. There's this feeling of like, I'm going with you, which is also somehow part of this case. Damn it. I don't know if this is helpful at all. I'm getting such random pieces of information of the dynamic. I don't really know if I'm going to be able to get what happened specifically. It's because my ability, I'm an empath. So it's like I'm going through their emotions and the feelings involved. So I can get motivations, but the actual events are sometimes really difficult. Ace of Wands, High Priestess, and Hierophant. Damn it. See what I mean? There's a lack of follow through, the lack of structure, a lack of boundaries, a lack of rules. Ace of Wands, High Priestess. Like, I know that they were saying that the kids were sick. If that's true, they wouldn't even know how they got sick because they weren't around them. Like, they were just like wandering. Like, that's the... I do not believe... Okay, I'm going to tell you exactly what I think is going on. This is what I feel, okay? I feel like those kids wandered consistently, which is why the parents weren't super alarmed at first when they didn't exactly know their whereabouts. I genuinely believe, or at least one of the parents was not super concerned because or one of the adults, I should say, was not super concerned, because I do think that they had a habit of like just like doing their own thing or wandering or not being super like aware of their surroundings, or maybe the parents weren't super aware of their surroundings. I just don't believe this is the first time that they've ever wandered anywhere. I don't believe that. You're not going to get me to believe that. I don't care what happens at the end of this case. I don't care what evidence you show me. You'll never get me to believe that. I don't care. I feel personally, in my opinion, allegedly French chambers only, I genuinely feel like these kids were doing their own thing all the time. I do not see a follow through with rules and structure. I kind of see them just like wandering, doing their own thing, whatever. I feel like, I don't know if raising themselves is exactly what I would say, but I will say that I feel like these are children that would probably have had to grow up quickly if they were older, meaning that I feel like there's just a lot going on in the house. There's a lot of stuff happening. Maybe they didn't have enough money or resources. And so, they had to fight to survive. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm not saying that's an evil thing. I'm just saying that's what I feel is going on. I also feel like there's this energy with that high priestess and the ace of wands. There's this energy of like naivete in the children. It's almost like they're looking for, they were trusting is the word I would say, or curious. Curious is another word I would say, because like there's not enough structure at home. So looking elsewhere for that. Do you know if they were religious or they were part of any like religious groups, or maybe that's school related? I don't know. High priestess can sometimes be a community or an organization that they were part of that might have relevance towards their structure or lack thereof as well. I'm not exactly sure. Six of Wands, reverse, strength, and hangman. I think I'm going to leave it here because I'm not sure if I'm going to get any more information. I mean, I'm willing to do another part to this if more evidence comes out, or if there's like a verdict in the case and they need, we have more questions or anything like that. But hangman, strength, and Six of Wands, ego. Ego and pride are a big portion of this case. The ego and pride of the family unit, the ego and pride of everyone, I feel like is a big portion of this and a big component of this. Stubbornness, the hangman not wanting to let go. I think everyone is so afraid of seeming as like a bad person that I feel like we haven't been told the truth.
Okay.
Or 100%.
You guys, I love Aphrodite. I just posted his link up again. Okay. So can you guys go to his channel and post on this thing, on his, this video in particular, tell him that you came from the Crime and Shame channel type of thing, and that whatever you want to say, you love his stuff, whatever. I would love him to do another read on this case, and tell him that as well. But I need you guys to spam this video of his, because honestly, this guy's good. Okay. This guy's really good. I love him to death. And I'm so glad that Charmaine brought this to my attention. But will you guys do that for me? Because he's just good. He's really good. But if he, like he said, someone said that he didn't know about the case. He's doing a, 17-minute read on it, but I would love him to do another one on this case. So could you guys go spam his video, go to his channel, subscribe, and tell him that you came from It's a Crime and Shame, and that we really want you to do another read on this case. Okay, could you guys do that? Okay. Thank you. Love you. Okay. Because there's just so you know, there's like 2 minutes left.
Accuracy in the stories. I think everyone is so afraid of being seen as like a bad parent or being blamed solely or anything like that, which is why I try to be diplomatic, and I'm trying to, explain reasonings, not accusations. No accusations here, just energy. And it's all jumbled. So maybe I'm getting the timeline wrong, or things are off by days or whatever. So don't get mad at me. I'm trying my best. This is very difficult. Probably the most difficult reading I've ever done. But I like a challenge. And again, I can look back at this and kind of reassess and get better at my skills. Even if I'm wrong. So, but here's what I'll say. Strength card and hangman. I just think that if they were more honest in the beginning, I think that this case would have been easier solved, because it just seems like everyone involved just doesn't want to be seen as like neglectful or bad. And I just feel like, I'm not saying people were purposely neglectful. I think circumstances have caused a significant amount of freedom for those children that perhaps they should not have had. So whether or not that plays a part in their actual disappearance, I don't know. But I do think that that was going on previously. And I do think that these kids had a consistent problem of wandering off and doing their own thing. That's what I think. So I don't know if this helps. I know a lot of you are going to blame the parents no matter what. Some of you, I mean, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. I don't know. I can't tell, for sure. And I'm, I don't want to get sued no matter what, but I will tell you that this is what I feel. So hopefully some piece of this in this reading will be helpful, or somewhat accurate. If not, again, I'm interested to see how this plays out so I can go back and look at the cards. It's how I kind of learn true crime. I mean, I've taught myself true crime. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done. It's my most favorite because it's the most difficult and I love a challenge. I'm not afraid to be wrong because this is how I learn. And this is how I've consistently learned how to do true crime. It's only through experience. And so I'm willing to put it out there and see, what happens and hopefully help. So yeah, I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Okay. God, I love him. He's so good. Did he not nail it? Did he, what he told us was exactly what we've been, from Belinda, especially, what she's told us, what Daniel has said. Doesn't that just fall in line with, I'm just going to say it.
To the point, to be completely honest with you, to the point, I wondered if he hadn't watched our live streams. I know he hasn't, but he was so bang on. I was like, that's suspicious because I don't trust anything ever. But I mean, I know that he hasn't watched It's a Crime Shame. I just,
no. Yeah, no, I don't think so at all, for sure. But it was, you guys, come on now. Think about what he said. A lot of us have felt that too. Like, are they just hiding the fact that they were neglectful? Just shit. I'm gonna have to watch it again just to absorb it all again. But it was just,
I wish he would have been able to say whether or not he thinks the kids will be found. Because I would hate for another Dylan Ehler case. Or I mean, there's so many other cases of kids missing who we haven't found yet. So I hope somebody can get the information, or I mean, even just for kicks, go and search what Donna said. I mean, it's not going to hurt anything to go and search those areas.
right. Were they out? Okay, so were they out, in those woods? Did they get zapped or something? Like, did they touch the electrical lines? Who knows? All I know is, you guys, please go over to Amphitrite's channel and please hit subscribe. This guy's good. He's genuine. I think you guys, anyone that's wise, they can tell. He's not that person. He's not a con artist, just like Donna Serafina. These aren't con artists, but I love this guy. And he freaking nailed it to me. Honestly, he just nailed it. I've watched him do many of cases, and he literally, he makes me laugh. He's got this sense of humor too, where, like I said, he goes, oh shit, maybe I should have read up on the case more, because these cards will come out and he's reading them, and yet I know he's being accurate, but he doesn't know it. And then he'd be like, I should have Googled this, because he takes a bit of the case and then, like I said, lays the cards out. Anyways, this guy, he's the best. So
let's just spam him and ask him to do another reading.
Yeah.
Once he knows that he's accurate, you never know.
Yeah, exactly. Tell me you came from over here, that you wanted to do another reading on this case, and just freaking spam this video. Okay, guys, on this, do that. If you guys really enjoyed this, I did. Like, this just makes so much sense, and even listening to this more, exactly what Belinda's telling us and stuff like that. let me see. I wonder if she's okay. Belinda, can you hear me right now talking to you? If so, just answer me in Messenger. I'm just so curious because I know Belinda is going to like listen to this, and she's even herself going to be like, damn, I think he nailed that one. Because it just seems like through all the information that we do know, we're sitting there trying to come up with all these speculations and different things, where I think that the truth is that, like he's saying, that, you know, that Daniel in the relationship, right, obviously wasn't good. Daniel seemed to feel like he was taking the brunt of it all. Okay, I'll put it this way. I'm going to put this in a little bit of perspective. During the course of a couple years, little bit less perhaps. Again, I was talking about this the other day. I lost my job. Okay. Now, at first, right, I've always worked since I've been 8 years old. Newspapers, working. So I ended up losing my job because of the economy, because of COVID. 2 years later, I was in optical. I was applying for jobs. I couldn't even shovel shit and seemed like nobody would hire me. It felt like I've been a general manager. I've been in customer service all my life, blah, 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 blah. I was feeling like there was a lot of things going on. But after a while, was starting to get very depressed. I felt like a big loser. My husband had all this pressure of paying the bills and the little YouTube money that I was bringing in. And, you know, again, through the kindness of Charmaine sometimes, or Alexa a couple times as well. But I'd say Charmaine more so, but either way, doesn't matter. And stuff like that. They helped me out sometimes when I was in a pinch, you know, because I knew that if I asked my husband this, in a sense, it would be like, I just didn't want to put more pressure on him type of thing. And so anyways, so the time turned into a year, turned into about another year and a half. And my husband started becoming very angry. I could tell. Loved me, and would say it had nothing to do with me. But I knew that was a lie. He was feeling the pressure because it is so expensive. At that time, we had basically $1,000 car payment every month, on top of the insurance, on top of the COVID loan from back in 2020. Thank God that ends this year, 5 years later. On top of our rent, right? Which is like $1,500 a month, right? And so his paychecks, as decent money as he makes, time the government gets their fucking hands on it, yeah, shit, pretty much. Well, you know what I mean. And trying to survive with my little bit of YouTube money. And I just felt like a big piece of shit. And it's hard because it's the ego of it all, right? You just feel like you're an embarrassment to yourself. I literally, to be honest with you, to be quite frank, I probably wanted to take my own life about 150 times. And I would literally say that to my husband. I'm tired of being here. I'm tired of going through this. I'm tired of my son hating on me all the time. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of that type of thing. Just darts. But anyways, so he took on the brunt of this. And after a while, I could see it was wearing on him. He would make little comments like, you know, so really there's nobody that seems to want to hire you and blah, blah, blah. And I'd be like, well, I'm trying, you know, and da-da-da-da-da. And it was like, yeah, I couldn't even, you know, freaking over here, some 60-year-old wouldn't hire me for selling stupid bread. I love bread. I could be the best bread person and sit there and sell that shit. But hey, nope. Here I was, general manager of a hotel and all that stuff. And I couldn't even freaking be hired to do bread. Anyways, my husband, I could tell he was getting resentful, but he wouldn't admit to that. But I know I wasn't born yesterday, right? I'm a freaking Cancer. I can read you people like shit. Same with him. He's a Cancer as well. But I could see that the pressure was coming on him, and it did. And we started arguing. And I never, ever myself, ever put money over anything. relationship, nothing. But he's younger. He's 21 years younger. So he doesn't know or have the experience that I know, is that life can really suck sometimes. But you know what? I'd take care of his ass in a second, and I would not complain. I'd feel pressure, but people handle things differently. So I love my husband to pieces. He's a great, awesome human being. But you know what? He started turning into a big asshole, to be honest. And I can't really blame him. He was stressed beyond repair. And I was like, what happened to my husband? Why are you so angry? And he said, no, it's not because of you. It's not because of you. I know it was. It's the resentment. So going back to the point is, if Malaya's in this depression ever since Meadow was born, and Meadow's 16 months old, and she's disconnected from these children, and has to be the man and worry about the money, in a sense, both of them, whatever. But she doesn't seem to be caring. She's probably in her me zone. I need my own space and stuff like that. Like what Aphrodite said. Okay, it's that same thing. There's resentment that's going to happen there. He's out looking for the children. He says, it's just me and my family here looking. That's it. Bring on a polygraph test. Bring on a drug test. I believe him now. I absolutely believe him now, to be honest. Because when you got what Belinda told us, on top of what we know and what Aphrodite here has said, which is we know is accurate, it's like a puzzle piece coming together. And chances are perhaps these children literally went somewhere and were playing hide and seek. Maybe they were overlooked in the woods. Maybe someone did snatch them up. But one of the big things that we've talked about was, is it because they were neglectful? Is it because, and that's why this storyline of the inconsistencies of 8 o'clock, 8:30, 10 o'clock, 9:40, all that stuff. You know? Anyways, bottom line is, anyone's going to get resentful, because it does. It wears you down, tears you down after a while, you know? So only because I went through that with my husband. So I totally understand that part of it from the man's point of view. You know, my husband didn't love me or anything. He was just frustrated because of the pressure. And most people, I don't make things about money myself ever, but most people divorce because of money. They get into arguments because of money. It's a very common thing. It's just never been my thing, right? But you do get stressed out, of course. I just don't believe in, if I have $5 or 5,000, 5 million, am I going to love that person any less? Am I going to not stand beside them any less? Absolutely not. Of course I will, right? But again, you know, my husband had to go through his moment and stuff like that, and his kind of anger issues. You know, for the most part, he's back to normal for the most part, you know. But now, I mean, he still thinks that life sucks when you have to work all the time. And I'm like, dude, come on. You're 4 years old. Get back to me, right? I'll be 56. You know, you do what you have to do to survive. And that's probably what they were kind of doing, you know. But do you get what I'm saying, Charmaine, about that? You see about the pressure that Daniel, I'm sure, was feeling if Malaya's in a state of depression that's worse than actual depression, postpartum depression, and he's taking care of the 4, you guys. Anyway.
Absolutely. Depression is mind altering. It is body altering, honestly. There's a saying, and some people make fun of it, but depression hurts. It changes you on the outside and on the inside. It changes your morals. It changes what's important to you, especially if it's left untreated and if the pressure doesn't get alleviated. And then if it's like postpartum hormonal, due to having a baby and all of the hormone changes that go along with that and the pressures that go along with that, if it's untreated, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. When we talk about the depression that we go through, I'm not minimizing it, but to me, it's a different level when you've got pregnancy hormones and the pressure of having a newborn baby, and maybe a partner that you're not getting along with, and you've got financial issues, and you've got a couple of rambunctious kids that are so much work and so overwhelming, and possibly, problems with your ex-in-laws or what's going on in your house. Because we don't know why she backed off after she met Daniel. We don't know why she really backed off from Belinda and their family.
Well, think about it. Think about it, though.
You can logically surmise what happened there, but she's got all this pressure on her, and I'm not excusing her. Please don't think that, but I'm just trying. My mind is a little bit more open than it was 2 days ago. We'll say that.
Right, Charmaine, but think about it. The baby is 16 months old. The last time that Belinda saw the children was approximately 2 years. So if she went into postpartum depression, right, and Belinda says that, she was pushing away, and she's like, it was almost like night and day.
Right about the time that she would have been pregnant. So, I mean, think about that. She's pregnant with her third child, with the second father of her children. She's trying to make it work with this second father. And then her hormones are changing, and maybe she was susceptible to depression beforehand. I've heard that she was on anxiety medication. So, you know what I mean? Like it does, it changes you. It changes you when you're not pregnant. It changes you when you're not just fresh out of giving birth. It just... It ruins people. It can ruin your life. Untreated and no support system. If she's closing herself off, that's classic depression, guys.
Absolutely. I did the same thing. When I was going through so I've been through depression a couple times. So I never experienced depression because in my life, I've just always been happily and bubbly and rose-colored glasses, and hey, everyone's good, everyone's great, love you all, type of thing, happy, happy, happy. And then when I was going through my divorce with the father, of my son, so my ex-husband happens to be the same name, Steve. My husband now is Steve. But anyways, when I was going through that, again, I felt like a freaking zombie walking the planet. I literally felt like I was in a tunnel vision. I was a zombie, and I never experienced depression before. I said to myself, you know what? For one time in my life, I'm gonna feel sorry for myself, and so I did. Worst freaking mistake I ever did make, I'll tell you. So I did. I felt I had every right to stop thinking about everybody else and just for once feel sorry for myself. Freaking regret that decision. I just literally woke up every day because my marriage was crumbling and it was about money. And I couldn't understand how me and my best friend, my ex-husband, got to this point. And I'm like, and then he started becoming nasty and mean. Why? Because he was taking his feelings out on me. And I couldn't believe it. The same person that had me up on a freaking pedestal that said that he'd never met somebody so giving and loving and caring. All of a sudden I become this big piece of shit. And I know it was a deflection of his own anger about money issues, and stuff like that. Thing was, it's not like there was huge money issues. My ex-husband couldn't control spending if his life depended on it. And then he would whine about money issues. But anyways, it was like it was eating at him. And then he self-imploded in a sense. And then next thing you know, I was a freaking bitch. I was a freaking lazy. Everything. And I'm just like, who are you, Satan? Like, where the frick did you come from? But I've seen it now a couple times. And so when my husband now was going down this parallel path, I'm like, what the fuck is there with you men? All of a sudden you guys start getting money in your head and you start blaming other people for your fucking anger issues. Sorry for my words, guys. I'm not really actually, but this is how but that's how it was. And I'm just like, what the hell? Because I don't that's not my way. I don't treat you like a piece of shit because I'm having these anger issues about money because I don't care about money like that. Right. But I'm watching the same thing with my ex-husband happen with my husband during that point. And I'm just like, I felt like deja vu, like I was reliving the shit over again. So I've been depressed 2 times during the divorce. And that's when I first even realized. I went to the Google. I self-diagnosed. I did. I don't do pills and I don't do doctors for that stuff. Okay. I wanted to sometimes, but I didn't, because in my head, my mom had told me that you got yourself a brain, use it. Right. So all I ever did was look at my mom's picture, listen to her say to me, quit whining and get the heck up, get your ass up and do something about it. So whenever I look at my mom's picture, because she was a feisty person, right? And that's where the feistiness side of me came from, a lot of it. But she was also, a very caring person in a lot of ways. But the feistiness side, I always remember my mom, poor ass, freaking the hot dog day. We didn't get a hot dog. Typically, we got to pick a donut. One item. Everybody else around you eating freaking the whole hot dog meal. We would have to go to the circus with popcorn that my mom would make in the juice box. Everybody else buying it and stuff like that, right? So my mom, she had to raise us, and she made her feisty, made her strong. I always, whenever I look at my mom's picture, that's what I remember. So when I felt sorry for myself, I just used my brain cells and said, you know what? Enough is enough. Enough is enough. No matter how much shit slinging at you, there's a brighter day ahead at some point. And I just pulled myself out of it myself. Not everyone's capable of doing that, right? But I'm old school, and like a lot of people, we're old school. We're not this fluff powers that are out there today that can't handle any anxiety whatsoever. It was, pull yourself out. So I pulled myself out, and then I ended up meeting my husband about a year and so later and stuff like that. Always knowing that there's a bright light. My husband's path and mine, again, he's 21 years younger than me, type of thing. You wouldn't notice a difference between us, really. I look younger. He looks a little older, especially when he got his thing. But we're perfectly aligned. Same initials for together. Same amount of initials, right? Because this is Stephen John Austin, right? So my real name is Sonia. My nickname is Sunny, off of my mom always calling me Sunny. So I've always used my name Sunny for like the last whatever years. So anyways, so either way, Steve, Sunny, same name, same amount of words. His is John, mine's Jean, right? Then Austin. So SJA, we're both cancers. It was just meant to be, guys. Stars were aligned, said, you know what? I'm going to give you a good person. You deserve this. And with an accent from England. And my husband, he's a great human. But we all go through shit, right? And then, so the next time I had depression was when I lost my job. And I thought it was okay at first. But then no one seemed to want to hire me. I have an amazing job now, by the way, that I've been over a year and a half pretty much at. And I love it. I get great pay, great. I don't want to say great, but great vacation, great medical and dental. Just awesome. So everything works out for their reasons. But both times, like I said, I had pulled my ass out of depression. So I can totally relate to not postpartum, but just to that whole space of it and stuff like that, right? So I really need to look at everything that we've heard, what we've seen, but I feel like, Charmaine, like this gave me really great insight into the kids and the family more so. And there is a little tree with a thing, and we do believe that these children, we didn't believe that they had to be supervised to go outside. So these children could simply have been walking down the street to the fort. They could have been overlooked somewhere, in those woods. Like kind of like what Aphrodite says here, right? He feels like that they would just go outside and go to their play areas or hide and seek type areas. Anyways.
That the parents don't know about because they're rarely paying attention to what they're actually doing when they're out playing.
Right.
Which is sad, but it's common. Like, come on.
Yeah. I truly love this live tonight. Thank you, guys. From all of it, the information, everyone in here, your conversations, your love, and all that stuff. And if any of it resonates with you a little bit or gives you pause for thoughts, love, like I said, Aphrodite. So glad Charmaine showed me this. Truly, he's a gem, this one. I'm just wondering, okay, Belinda.
Yes, I think he's, there are people, I think everybody is a gift, but this man, I think he's a gift to, I guess, those who choose to believe. He makes it easy to believe, I guess, is the point. But like I said, he doesn't normally do true crime. Like, he'll do like this and that here and there, but he's pop culture, right? He covers some of the more salacious celebrity gossip crap. And some of it is quite comical, to be honest with you. And he posts some funny shit. He really does. I really enjoy his content. And when he does true crime, does he get it right all the time? No, but he goes in pretty much blind. He does a little, he might read an article or two or watch a video or two, like a quick video or two, but he just tells you what he gets in the cards, and it's pretty impressive, especially if, like, he did, I think 1 or 2 or 3 on Delphi. You watch his first one and it's like, what? This guy's out to lunch. And then a couple years later, you watch it again, and everybody, like, our minds were blown. We're commenting, like, new information just came out in this case, and your first reading turned out to be, dead on balls accurate. You need to do this again. So he went on, he did it again. It was pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not an ego. He's not a walking ego, right? He's not like, I know what I know, and that's the end of it. He's always continuously learning and honing in his gift. I really, really appreciate him. True, little mama. Hi, Mark. Can I help you? I have a giant little furry friend here. Hey, buddy. I don't know what to think either, little mama. Like, the past 2 days have been a real mind opener. Not eye opener, because I still don't know what the fuck happened, but a real mind opener for me, because I was pretty set on what I was feeling about them parents, and now I just,
She Belinda just said, can you send his link? And I said, I bet you this resonates with you, don't you? And she's like, yes, it does. I know that, just like you guys with this case, that I know for sure, Belinda, knowing Malaya and her, of course, her son, and then we're in a relationship, but I just mean that this is going to resonate for what she knows, what she was told, and how Malaya was, to why this. I just know it's going to totally resonate with her on this one. I love the sound of Sonny's keyboard. I'm sorry, my husband hates it. He's always like, sometimes he'll be like, can you just go on your iPad? Anyway, Charmaine, I know you got to get going here for sure.
Yes, Sharon, my dog weighs 137 pounds. I weigh 132.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I'm going to, what I'd like to do this weekend, as I have time coming up here, what I'd like to do is, again, I'm going to take those newer pictures as well that Belinda sent us today that she shared. Okay. Sorry, Aphrodite, I'm going to take you off now. Going to bring the little kitties back up. Okay, so Lily and Jack. But I'm going to do a tribute video, guys, and I'll make it and I'll play it on the live. And it's just going to be an awareness one, so I'll make it for it to be separate as well, because basically I just want it to be just a short little video that you guys know I like to do my tribute videos. And just please support it when I put it out. It's simply about bringing awareness, but doing it in a beautiful way for the children and the family, okay? So yeah, I'm gonna take these newfound pictures that I got. Maybe she'll send me more on that and do a tribute video for the children. So I'm not quite leaving yet. I'm not quite, but Charmaine, thank you so much. Love you, girl.
Okay. Just so everybody keep fighting the good fight and spreading the factual information and getting beat up in other chat rooms and stuff. I totally appreciate your efforts, and I'm out there with you. And eventually the right person's going to hear it. So, night, everybody. I have to go take this dog out for a walk, or he's going to take me for a walk. Wish me luck. Bye.
Okay. Now, I am just going to take a break for a moment. So if anybody needs to leave or not, I do need, but I will come back. So, well, let me just see what kind of video I have to play. Oh, this is my husband. Anyways, all right, that's my husband. His name is Steve Austin, Stone Cold Steve Austin, $6 million man that didn't have $6 million on there. So that was, I played that on our anniversary last year on the live, and July 11th will be our 10-year anniversary together. So okay, don't be judged, don't be hating, because my husband's like 34 and I'm 56 almost, and he'll be 35 in June 22nd, as a matter of fact. Mine's July 3rd. So we're both Cancers. He just made it over the cusp. I think when he became a little bit of a bitch a year and a half ago, I swear, I think that was the zodiac sign that's before the Cancer, because Cancers, yeah. Just saying. Anyways, I'm just going to do, if you guys don't mind, just for a minute. Let's see here. Remembering. Like, you know what? I'll be right back, but let's do Remembering Libyan. Actually, no. I'll do this one. It was an intro that I made for the docket. I think, though, I had added more to this one, but this was the intro I made for the docket for his channel.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without a number, we stand and fight. A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without a number, we stand and fight. We are not alone. We are not
Sorry about that. Okay, so that was the intro that I had made for the docket. I think I've changed it a little bit since then for him, but those are like a lot of the cases that he's followed. So if you guys docket, he's YouTube and also on Twitter. Just a great person. Him and Plunder, Paula Neil Mooney. A lot of times they go in, you guys, and they purchase the recordings and different things for the different cases and on that. And anyways, so that's why that song plays at the end of mine, because when I made it, I actually really love that song. So I put it as my outro for that little part. on there. Again, docket following cases. Paula Neil Mooney from Plunder, just awesome. And okay, hold on. Good night, Kent. Okay. Valerie. Okay. So if I could show you a picture, which I don't have right now, but if I could show you a picture from when I was like, whatever, 20, I'll say 26. Okay. So I was what, 125 pounds, big boobs, whatever, hair. People would literally come up to me while I'm working in cosmetics. I worked in like the handbag, well, not the handbags, but the cosmetics where they got the Maggie B bags and bubble bath and Revlon and all that stuff. A very cottagey looking area. So I would be sitting there working along. Someone would literally put their hand on my arm, spin me around and said, "Are you?" And I'd be like, no. So then I was going through, and I think Shania Twain took my hair too. So again, it was a thinner Sunny. Okay. But anyways, so Valerie Bertinelli, I've been told more times than I can remember that I look like Valerie Bertinelli. Like I said, people would just literally spin me around, and I'd just be like, after a while, I was just like, no. But yeah, there was a phase there, you guys, where I swear you guys would think I was looking like Shania Twain there, but because our hairdos were actually the same. And okay, quick story, side story. So there was this one guy, my twin sister had this chat line thing, Vancouver chat line, and anyways, after a while, I was like, a bunch of losers. But anyways, I decided to meet this one guy named Kelly. Okay, so he comes down over to my twin's house because that's when I left my first ex, which was Dion. I was with from 15 to 26, and so I was that person that was like, already out of abusive relationship, and I'm like, yeah, no, no pick. Sorry, am I wasting my time with you? Only losers hang out on these chat lines anyway. But okay, whatever. I'll just entertain myself here. That's pretty much what my attitude was at that point. Anyway, so he comes down, and I open the door, and he's on the phone, and then he's like, holy shit. And he's like talking to a dude on the phone, and he goes, dude, this chick looks like Shania Twain. And then he tells me, like, literally right after that, he says, you know what? I was just using him in case you were ugly as an scapegoat. And I'm like, jerk, whatever. Needless to say, that didn't last very long, but whatever. We went over to the States for, to a bar just right across the so basically in Abbotsford, the border is like literally 3 minutes away, right? So just went over the border, no problem, everything. And people typically in Canada would go get gas because it was way cheaper. And all you had to do was like drive 3 minutes, and then you were like literally over the border. But anyways, that was my story, and I'm sticking to it. But so when you said that, Valerie, anyways, when you said that, I was like, little did she know how many people, especially when I was thin and whatever, said I look like Valerie Bertinelli. So I guess I must a little bit on there. I know I loved Valerie Bertinelli. Remember, was it Too Close for Comfort? I think it was it Too Close for Comfort that it was? And she was married to, Eddie Van Halen, I believe it was. Yeah, anyways, it's so true. You look at Valerie. Well, I mean, I don't mind that because I find that a compliment. Anyways, okay, so I'm not sure where Belinda is in all this. If she's like, she said she was watching The Reader at the time that I spoke to her. So is there anything else you guys wanted to talk about or discuss? Did you want me to play anything that I've already showed today again on there? Other than that, see, I drop people the minute I got into storytelling. People are like, there goes Sunny with her end stuff. No, you know what? It's 9 o'clock there, but it's 9 to 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12 to 1. So yeah, actually, maybe I better get going because it is 1 o'clock over in there, and I don't want Belinda to feel like she has to stay up and watch the end of the live. Hang on a second. One second. Who here is listening to the sound of the keyboard and likes it? I'm just letting Belinda know. On there. I'm kind of hungry too, to be honest with you. I love a really good story too. And to be honest with you, I just am who I am. All right. On there. I'm just am who I am. And sometimes at the end of the lives or during them, whichever, sometimes we just randomly go sideways. I'm not one of these structured people. I can do lives just like that. No problem. I don't need this specific format going on. I just don't work like that. My twin is like that, but I'm not like that. Abbotsford, the Sumas area. Was that? Yes, Amanda. Right there. Exactly. Thank you, Remy. Anyways, thanks, butterflies. I made it. Prayed all the day for Jack and Belinda and families. Remember, you guys, please go and spam Aphrodite on his video. Let me drop that link again. Please go do it. I want him to do another read, but I'm sure he will if you spam it, because he doesn't realize like about this case as big as it is and stuff like that. You know, I know a lot of people were telling him to do it, so he did it. But honestly, I would love to hear another read from him on this case. So please go spam him. Go spam him. Tell him that you came from here and that we want you to do another read, and that there's quite a bit of information as well here that might give them well, you know, you never want them to have too much, but you want them to have some more, perhaps. And because he doesn't know, like, honestly, because he doesn't know how spot on he was, right? Until after the fact. And then people go tell him like just how spot on. And then they start, you know, telling him in comments and stuff like that. I am. Thank you. Thank you. That's why I really appreciate Belinda when she, like, to me, like, for her to say to me that, like, basically, like, you're the one that I wanted to tell, like, type of thing, that meant a lot to me, right? Because, like I said, anyone that genuinely knows who I am knows that I'm, like I said, trustworthy, honest, that my heart is always in the right place, right? So it means a lot to me, like, just like your comment there, because again, my life, I've always spent trying to help people do things, make people happy. So when people honestly recognize that, instead of trying to say, you know, tear me apart, because online people they try to tear you apart a lot of times and stuff like that, you know, like, and be personal and stuff about it. That's why I really don't, I keep to myself as a channel, you know. I don't go out of my way to really talk to people or too much talk to families, because I don't really want to bug them in the midst of their grief and stuff like that unless they want to. But sometimes, you know, that people just, maybe some people want an outlet, you know, like Daphne, for instance, letting her outlet of her anger kind of grow because they want answers and stuff like that. So I really do appreciate those comments. They mean the world to me, you know. And I do. I wish, I just truly wish that people, like I said, and that's probably why, you guys, I do get upset when I see people trying to, you know, be conniving in their thumbnails, you know, and clickbaity stuff. You know, it's not that they can't do that stuff on their channels because it's their channel, but it's why it bugs me so much, because in my world, that's being being deceptive. You're being dishonest and you're being greedy, you know, along the way. Now, they might not see it that way, but it's how I see it, because I just think that when you're doing something, that you do it because you truly care. And when money gets in front of people, greed kicks in. And I've seen that happen with many of the channels. And that's why, again, there's really good channels out there. There's some people from them that I do talk to, and then but a lot of people I don't. I've messaged some of these big channels. Do they respond? Mm-mm. It's not like they don't know who this channel is, but they become bigger than their own britches, and stuff like that. So it's just my thing personally. Nobody else has to feel the same way I do about it all. But I do like who I am as a person, what I stand for, and why I do things. And it will always be just organic, honest, and real. And that's the way I'll always be. There is, it's not going to change though, right? And like I said, I'm not going to get into that part again. I just always hope that when people do come to this channel, that they just see that it's authentic. I can read authentic when I see it. And I just hope that other people do the same thing. It's like someone yesterday, and I'm sorry if you're watching this, but I don't give a shit if you think my intro is too long. There's a purpose for it. Like, I'm sorry, hit the if you're watching replay, then grab a brain cell and fast forward past the intro. That's not hard. So don't bother to leave a stupid post like that when there's a freaking fast forward button. And there is a reason why there's a longer intro. It allows you to put out the live. It allows people to hop in, start hopping in. You hear the music and whatever. But that's the whole point of it, is that it allows people to start joining the live and be aware that the live's out there. People don't like that intro, don't care. Do not care. I like the intro. I think that the intro is enjoyable. Most people love it all the time. But there's always that person that has to bitch about it being too long, and yet they're watching it on replay. 2 + 2. 2 + 2 on that one. Anyways. Heck, Justin is 18 minutes. Oh my God. Justin, Clutch and Pearls. Yeah, I mean, not even just him. There's a few there where they literally do, like you said, 18 minutes long, 10 minutes long. I mean, Dolly's is pretty long, I think, even too. And it's just kind of like me, like anyone. If I'm watching it on replay, heck yeah, I'm hitting that freaking fast forward button past the, intro part. Save me some time on those. But if it's, I honestly don't stick around for 10-minute intros, like stuff like that. But anyways, just for those people that want to tell you what to do, or kind of give you that input. Like, it's your intro's too long and it's off-putting. Great, don't watch it then. No one's forcing you to, sucker through that replay button that you could fast forward it through. No, wouldn't want to do that. Anyways, whiners, yeah. And there was, I blocked someone earlier. I think the name was Lori Green. Well, she's lucky I didn't block her earlier, actually, because she was putting in the comments about Sebastian Rogers, like for Seth, to say that Seth's in the Sebastian Rogers case, that almost basically like basically we're being fooled and he's whatever, right? And she was, like I said, some people just don't have brain cells whatsoever. Anyone that knows the Sebastian Rogers case, again, unless you're just, like I said, nothing up there, anyone knows genuineness when they see it. And Seth Rogers has been looking for his son that wasn't in his care because he was living with his mom every time. And then she put a stupid comment like, I don't see Seth searching now. Seth is a big man, for anyone that knows, okay? He was boots on the ground for months. How long can you keep that up? Where else are you going to look? So what does he do? He has people that would give leads, check out those leads. Dog the Bounty Hunter joined in the sense of putting his name to it and stuff like that. Like, what, you think he's going to be boots on the ground 15 months later? Does he go out and search out a tip if one comes in and stuff like that? Yeah. Does he do lives and talk on interviews and stuff like that and bring awareness to his own son's case? Absolutely. So when these idiots come along that want to take away from sincerity, again, I just don't have the time of day to fix that type of stupid. So that same Lori Green that was in here that people kept saying that she said she wasn't being disrespectful or whatever, all I had to do was see the name and I just hit block, to be honest with you. Yeah. And they say 70% of the profiles are bots. There's a lot of bots. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of those ones bots. Yeah. He is still looking. Love the intro, too. Okay. I got to see what if. Okay. Okay. So I basically just let Belinda know that we can talk tomorrow because I need to go eat. I do work at 8 o'clock tomorrow till 4 again. Please don't be so busy. Today was so busy. So busy. So like that's probably the busiest I feel like I've been. I literally had I don't get headaches, but I was tapped out. Seriously. And my last call, I'm just gonna say this, my last call, that woman could not breathe at all. Not one breath. Her whole life story. 5 minutes after my work shift ended. And I didn't say anything. I'm just letting her talk because there's not one gap where I could even have inserted that, to be honest with you. And then finally, when there was an opening, I was like, well, I mean, I've done this for you. So you know what? Yeah. You know what? Why don't me and you both have a great night? And I was like, oh, done. But that my day. It was just, yeah. But my day, again, can't be compared to what these families go through on there. Been on Sebastian. Yeah. Butterflies. Maybe it's not to be braggadocious because it's really not. Sebastian Rogers case, we were the first YouTube channel. You would never know it, but we were the first YouTube channel to do a live on this case. It was the day. So I knew about it on the day that it happened. We were doing a live for Elijah Vu. And I said, we need to incorporate this. I instantly, wanted to just share Sebastian's case. But that case means a lot to me. So we were on it exactly right from the very get-go. And the reason why, well, Aspen Adam used to be my co-host. He got it from TikTok. He said, he was like, Sonny, this is all over TikTok, right? Seen Sebastian's face. And I knew that case I was covering right away. All I had to do was look at this smiling child's face. Yeah. Anyways, puke foots. Nope, don't see the puke foots doing shit. Remy, you take care. Nice to see you guys. Nice to see who was in here. Anna Bissett as well. Sharon, I don't know. Sharon, did you hide Ben from me today? Did you? So you guys, again, race over to I always say it wrong. Aphrodite's channel. Tell him we want another read. Tell him you came from this channel. Just go ahead and spam his comments, you guys, because he'll be looking. He'll be listening. Anyways, I want to say God bless. God bless to Belinda. Did I say Linda again? Belinda. And thank you for those beautiful pictures that she shared. Just thank you for all the insight as well. Again, thank you to Daphne Sullivan for putting her voice out there as well. Thank you to the mods. Of course, you guys for doing your stuff. And thank you to Lily, who gifted 5 It's a Criming memberships. Okay, that was very sweet of her. Appreciate it. Charmaine did 2 yesterday. I meant to make an emoticon for Lily and Jack. I will make that tonight. You guys, I was so tired by the end of the live, and then I had to get up early and work. And honestly, I just totally forgot about it up until the beginning of the live. So I will make one for Lily and Jack. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to look like at this moment. But anyways, so God bless you guys. You guys, again, hit the like and share if you come across this part of the live. Do it for the children always. And I just got to find my outro on there. Love you guys. Have a great night. Mwah.
Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without an honor, we stand and fight. And